Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. So, as I'm not even supposed to be up right now, I'm actually supposed to be asleep. So, I ran across a few videos online, and as a quote unquote nerd or geek, however it is that people have categorized me throughout the years of my lifespan, I felt the need to go over some of this content and to make this live stream to, I guess, present a warning and to also spot out the fact that you have a lot of women that will decide to follow, quote unquote, what would be considered a trend or a fad. Again, which is crazy. Um, Shout out to J Hud and shout out to D Love. What is up? What is up? So the main thing I wanted to go over is the information that you see directly in front of you, and it's going to be very important because it'll have to do with pretty much all of the videos that you're going to see directly in front of you. What's up, Bushido? So they said grifting is the act of swindling, conning, and defrauding people for money or personal gain, often through manipulation and deception. Unlike theft, it relies on the trust and the false promises, making victims willingly hand over assets. Examples including fraudulent crypto projects such as rug pulls, fake natty, right, or fake natural fitness influencers, and phony online courses. What is up, Lavender? What is up? What is up? So the reason why I wanted to bring that up is because you have this grift, right? At this moment in time where you have women online that state that they are telling other women out there to go for the nerd. And we all know that pretty much the nerd is the least sought after male on the planet. It's not even really thought of up until everything else basically fails. And even still, when everything else fails, the nerd is still not the one to get, you know, selected, chosen, looked at the end of the day. So let's just take a look at some of the information that these women have to state about this.
So much easier dating somebody who's a nerd because you know exactly what to get them. They have three good old reliable like heroes, anime, whatever the case may be, game. And if anything from that area, Marvel, anything from that little realm, you get them, they're in love. I don't know what to get an athlete. I mean, yeah, outside of socks and Gatorade bottles and then the little thing, what else do you want? I can't get you a scholarship. I can't get you a ticket to the big leagues. What, like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, the game, but that's like universal. If you want something that touched the heart, you get them something from their three, like, love for what made them a nerd. Golden. And don't get to let them talk about what they're passionate about. Go ahead. Let me tell you, why did this touch your heart so much? Why do you feel this? What memory is it attached to? How did it boost your confidence up? No, I love those conversations. That's why I've always said I like a nerd way more than any other genre of men. They're just great all around. I mean, some can be corny, but all men can be corny. So it's like, if no, I don't want nobody corny, but I do like a nerd. So
Main thing she stated, because obviously she's telling some previous history, right? Because she's doing a compare and contrast. She said, the nerds are pretty much easy, right? You just you don't really got to study, you don't got to know much. Marvel or DC, just buy them something, they're happy, right? She said, athletes, it's a little bit difficult. I don't know what to get you. It's like, it's just like trying to buy something for somebody who already has everything, right? I can't get you to the NFL, can't get you, a scholarship or a contract. It's like, what, other than like a sports water bottle, like what can I really do? AKA, she ain't trying to work. She ain't trying to study. She's going to try to find the way to take the easiest route with the least resistance. And looking at how she looks, which is pretty much normal, it would be easy for her to, in a sense, trick or get directly at a nerd. And again, she's going to do this because it's less likely to be competition directly out there. Because if she happens to get a nerd, he's going to look at her and be like, "Oh, she's the most beautiful, girl I've ever seen, and been with. She's a 10 and da 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 da." And also, it's a safety net for her because there's lack of competition. She doesn't have to do much, and on top of that, she doesn't have to worry about him basically trying to leave her. She would be the one to basically dip out and go be with somebody else. Like I said, there's a variety of things directly here. And then, of course, just like with the whole thing with what was that one girl? Hey, what's up, Pink? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Um, what was that one girl that was talking about Michael B. Jordan? And she came directly right back up to rehash the exact same situation after he won an award, which is crazy. It's like doesn't make any sense. But that woman there who wanted to call Michael B. Jordan corny when he was younger, and he addressed the situation when he was older, and then you had women online and also some dudes out there wanted to say that that was a bad look for him. He was being corny and doing that. He needs to let it go and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, okay, so basically she did it when he was younger. He brought it back up to basically say like, hey, look at me now, look at where you are, look at where I am, right? So who's really corny? It's like maybe you should have talked to me a little bit differently. Things could have been different between us, right? So it went from that, and everybody saying that he should have, it was a bad look for him to, bring it back up, and I considered it even, to now after he won this award, she's now popping back up on podcasts, rehashing the situation. And I'm like, all right, but the funny thing is, you don't hear nobody saying that she's corny for doing this. After again, let me just state this again. When Michael B. Jordan was in Sinners, she wasn't saying nothing. When everybody was trying to figure out Sinners and going left and right on how it is that they felt about the movie, she wasn't saying nothing. The moment and time that Michael B. Jordan wins an award, this woman gets on an all-female podcast and starts talking about Michael B. Jordan again. But Michael B. Jordan is the one that's corny. He's the one that people still to this day want to consider to be lame because he addressed the situation, and rightfully so. But yet she's up here bringing this up after he wins, and nobody's calling it out. Nobody finds that to be a problem. All right, brother. All right. Shan was like, I just knew we was going live today. LOL. Afternoon. What is up, Shan? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? But yeah, like I said, it's crazy out here. You have to pay attention to the folks out here that is stating that women out here need to go get a nerd. Like I said, it's a certain type out here that's always rolling through, talking nonsense. Shan was like, she for sure got paid to do that. Yeah, I believe it, because she wasn't saying nothing for the longest time possible and I mean it, because I was waiting online for her to pop back up and to say something. And then the crazy part is, after she did that podcast, and I think I got that footage somewhere. I don't even feel like looking it up right now, but after she did that podcast, people brought up the fact of the footage of where she agreed with what a woman said about Michael B. Jordan being corny. So it's like, if you agreed with it, you basically saying it. You're co-signing it. If you're co-signing what somebody said, you're agreeing with what it is that they said. You're in alignment with that person. So it's like, it's crazy for her to sit up there and say that she didn't say it or whatnot or whatever. It's like, you did. We got the audio, but you're still out here lying as if the internet, don't have the information. Like I said, it's wild out here. It's wild. And I'm also putting this out there for folks out there. If you just so happen to have, kids, sons that are nerds, please inform them of these randoms out here that are trying to spread information in order to, sit up there and lie, in order to be straight deceivers. Because you got women out here that don't specifically want to, how would you sit up there and put it? They don't want to be responsible for the guys that they selectively pick or choose. And the reason why I say that is because the next video that we have, if I can just move it just a little bit, hold on, let me pull back here.
Some can be corny, but all men can be corny. So it's like, no, I don't want nobody corny, but I do like a nerd. So
why don't?
So this one right here, she said, why don't black women date the good black guys or the black nerds? Now, before I get directly into this video, let me just sit up there and say, never in my life have I ever seen somebody blame a guy that's not doing any, like, I'm not gonna say never, but it's crazy that you got women online because you're gonna hear her. She decided to state that the reason why black women, and using generalities, the reason why black women don't date the good black guys or the black nerds out there is because of basically the black nerds' fault. I kid you not. Kid you not. These are her words, but let me let y'all listen to this nonsense.
Black women just date the good guys or the black nerd. I had a man ask me this in my last video, and I really want to address this. The consistent thing that I find in the good guys or the black nerds is that y'all will jump over the elephant in the room and basically give like a tantrum on why nobody's picking you, and you disregard everything, all the factors that have led to you not being able to find a partner. And I want to tell you, it is not black women's fault. Your brothers are literally traumatizing these black women so much so they have walked away and given up on companionship.
So for the black nerds out there, the black male nerds, this woman just sat up there and said the reason why black nerds and the good guys in the black community don't get picked up is because we allowed black women to be traumatized by the bad black men out here. I ain't never in my life. That's like sitting up there saying that I'm at fault for black women in the black community in general getting pregnant because I allowed them to get impregnated by the wrong types of black men out. How do we like the amount of yo, Harry Potter can't even top this sorcery right now. Yo, this is wild. This is so the main guys that are invisible. Let me make something very clear to a lot of folks out here. Again, black nerds are invisible. Black geeks are invisible, right? Again, we can go back to the whole stereotype of like the Steve Urkel or whatnot or whatever, right? That's invisible to a lot of black women directly up out here, right? That's factual. Invisible. Still to this day, invisible, right? If you're like an athlete, somebody who got like some money, you know, a guy out there got money that's sitting up there like shining or flaunting or whatnot or whatever, you know, you got somebody that's flashy, somebody, a guy out there that all the women are attracted to physically, and like if you're one of those main types, you're getting all the attention. If you fit directly within in that area, or also if you're tall as well too, you're within the area of all of the women are looking directly at you because they're not looking at nobody else, right? So you got thousands of women, millions of women chasing directly after those dudes. The guys who are the least sought directly after are the nerds and the geeks. So I'm just trying to figure out, how is it the fault of the nerds and the geeks that women are attracted to those other types of guys directly out there? And like I said, ain't no hate directly over here. Glory to the winner. It is how it is, like God's plan, right? But how is it the nerds and the geeks' fault, the ones that are invisible? How are they supposed to protect you? Like I'm a little bit confused because I could have sworn that women stated that they're supposed to have discernment. I'm just trying to figure out. This man Mo, this man said, "Dang, it's my fault that says he is still a virgin." Yo, this man out here, yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. It's wild work, but I'm just a little bit confused on how that works. Like the amount of loops that you have to go through in order to get to the point to say that men that you don't even pay attention to, that you're not even attracted to, that you would never even talk to or give the time of the day. And I'm going to generalize this because this is a rightful generalization. We can go back and ask everybody in high school. We can check the Carfax on all of the women directly out here, and let's see who it is that they specifically dated. I promise you, they don't have a dating history of dating all nerds. You might got 1% out here that's like, yeah, they dated nerds. All right, cool. Move that 1% directly to the side. the rest of the 99% dated all the other types that they ain't never get married to, that sat up there and like left them for multiple other women, that sat up there and cheated on them 99 different times, that and did a variety of things. They didn't probably put them in debt, crashed their car, burned down their house, probably did a lot of things. Like I said, check the Carfax. I promise you that a lot of those women that are trying to do this grift, that are trying to say, oh, go date the nerd and that, I promise you that is not their dating history. I promise you. Like this is, man, this is wild. But my bad. Let's continue.
And even with you asking me this question, there were thousands of black girls, black women in that comment section that were pouring their hearts out, saying exactly how they've gotten to this point where they just do not trust themselves and they do not trust dating at all anymore. And you made it about yourself. It's very insulting because y'all weaponize being a good guy or an intelligent black man instead of just trying to make that a standard for yourself and for the rest of your community. The best advice I can give you as a black woman is that if you want to date a black woman specifically, you're going to have to be gentle and you're going to have to be patient. These women have been programmed since conception to be around a toxic, undeserving, disrespectful, deceptive man. And they've been raised around these men. This is 20, 30, 40, 50 and above year old programming in these women of being around a toxic man.
Hold on. Let me see. So what is it? Janie? D1, what is up? You said men aren't going out of their way to get with female needs? Or are you saying nerds? I think you might be saying nerds. Okay, it was a typo. So you said men aren't going out of their way to get female nerds. Male nerds aren't even checking for nerds either. Most men, despite what they look like, think that they are entitled to a 10. This is what I'm trying to figure out. What type of nerds? Like, have you normally just like grown up around like male nerds? Let me know, because again, specifically speaking, even still knowing the same guys to this date, again, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, comic books, anime, having Gundam, model kits, playing video games, building PCs, right, dealing with stuff in tech. I can sit up there and tell you that the nerds that I've known, the geeks that I've known, they look for women and have been attracted to women, technically a variety of different women, but more so specifically trying to look for women who are into, or girls, at the time of high school, who are into those things. And even as going back to high school as a nerd, looking towards another female nerd who is black, she wanted to be with the wrong types of dudes. Like, I'm like, hey, I'm in high school. Like, hey, let me walk her to class. Let me carry and help the books. Like all of the stuff that you've seen, directly on television shows. Like, I'm sitting up there, doing that because I'm like, hey, that's what you're supposed to, sit up there and do. And you just sit up there and lose out to the dude that ain't even putting in the effort. And you learn real quick that it's like what women basically state that they want is not really what they want. Because another guy's actions will be vastly different. Like, he ain't carrying the books. He's not opening the door. He ain't even remembering the birthday or even thinking about her. He's not even congratulating her, hyping her up, or doing any of that stuff that women say that they really want from a guy. He's doing the complete opposite. He's really devaluing her. And because that is happening, you got women out here that's like, oh, that's the dude that I want. I don't want the dude that actually is going to like care, that's actually going to love, that's actually going to do this, that's actually going to do that. I want the other dude that's going to sit up there and treat me like I'm worthless, because that makes me feel like I have something to work towards. I now have to figure out and prove to him how I'm actually worthy. I don't want somebody that actually sees my worth or acknowledges or knows my worth. I want somebody that doesn't acknowledge that so I can actually have something to work towards and chase. So again, I'm just simply saying, as a nerd, geek guy, all of that type of stuff. I don't know who it is, because whenever I happen to see a lot of folks like speak directly on nerds, I'm like, I don't know where y'all were hanging out with. I don't know what side of the aisle in school that y'all were even hanging out in, because I can sit up there and tell you what nerds are sitting up there looking at and looking towards. And I can sit up there and tell you that even when it dealt with the black girls who were nerds or sort of kind of there, they were trying to fit and match and mold themselves with the popular girls, because they knew what they were, but they weren't trying to fit into that. So then they would try to ostracize the black male nerds and be like, oh, you know, they're corny, they're this, they're that, and all this other type of, while they're still within the same realms of being corny. The popular dudes ain't looking directly towards you, right? The dudes with money ain't looking towards you either. But you got dudes that are basically within your exact same realm. Y'all can basically sit together, but you decide to separate yourselves because you want to be different than, you want to be considered higher than, and you want to go after options that ain't specifically even going for you, even still to this date as a grown woman. Like, it's wild work out here. It's wild. It's 1,000% wild directly out here. You know, how people decide to, you know, move. Janie said, nerds, not needs. Gotcha. You said, being a nerd doesn't mean that you are not toxic. Who's talking about anything about being toxic? See, this is the thing. The problem that I have with these conversations is that when you got women out here specifically dealing with toxic men on purpose, magically people want to be like, oh, but just because you're a good guy doesn't mean that you're not. Who told you to deal with toxic people? How are you the type of person to always attract toxic people? If you, this is what I'm saying, right? If you're a woman and all you do and associate yourself and your conversations are about toxicity, it don't matter if it's like toxic women, it don't matter if it's like toxic people at work, or if previous relationships or a relationship that you're in that's toxic, you are the problem. You are attracting that toxicity because you are naturally chaotic and toxic. Like I said, this is the problem. Everybody else, whenever there is an issue or a problem in somebody's life, people are so quick to sit up there and be dismissive and to sit up there and say that everybody else is the issue but them. That's the problem. Like, this is why I got to showcase these videos, because I can promise you, if I were to go through all of these women's like pages from Facebook and TikTok and everything else, especially Facebook, because women like telling the information about relationships, I promise you that all of the stuff that they're saying about nerds, I can tell you the real types of dudes that they deal with, and I can promise you it's not nerds. Like I said, looking at how they dress, I know for a fact it's not nerds. I know for a fact, because guys who are nerds are not sitting up there requesting women to sit up there and just like, hey, I need you to sit up there and get like a wig that's, you know, 1,000, 2,000, whatnot, or whatever. I need you to be sitting up there dressing like, you know, ultra like provocative, like form fitting. I need you to like, I need to be able to see all of your body parts, you know, whenever you sit up there and moving in the clothes that you sit up there and wear. I need to be able to see the gap in between your legs because I need your pants to be that tight. Nerds ain't sitting up there saying that. Guys who are nerds, guys who are geeks, we ain't saying that. So like I said before, you can specifically tell who these folks are. You can tell. Yo, Modest, what is up? You said they always got advice about relationships and that they're never in and can't take them seriously anymore. Yeah, and that's the whole other thing too. A lot of these women who are giving us advice on here are single. They can't even hold a consistent relationship. If you were actually able to get with and be with a nerd, you wouldn't be making this type of content. Your content would be vastly different. Like, this is how real it is, right? If a lot of these women who say to go date the nerd, if they were actually dating the nerd and actually in that space, their whole appearance would change. What people would consider a downgrade. They would still, you know, quote unquote look cute, but it would be a downgrade in what you would normally see women dressed directly on social media in order to get male attention, in order to get male gaze, because you wouldn't need to sit up there and do that no more. because that male nerd would facilitate all of that. Like he would be on you every single day, especially if you're somebody who likes to cosplay and and different stuff like I said, it's over for you. You're gonna have a shadow for life, you know. But like I said, it's wild out here. It is wild. Listen, like you got people out here talking crazy and they can't even hold a consistent relationship. They're more consistent with the makeup and the hair that they do versus the men that are actually in their lives and that they have relationships with. That's crazy. Sham said, some nerds be cute, just need a bit of a glow up. Yo, Dark Horse, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is it? T-Pose, you said I don't trust a black nerd. That's a personal problem. Yo, Ty, what is up? What is up? What is up? Sham said, yeah, I dated and grew up around black male nerds and white ones. I think the white ones are toxic because they do have that closed-minded behavior they learn, but black ones are sweet. Paradigm, what is up? You said, yeah, right. The gentle and patient guys are called boring, weak, and always popular. He's too nice. Yo, that's a fact. I've heard this so many times. Like I said, I've for moderators, they've already heard me basically, rehash this a multitude of times. So we're going to rehash it. Just a Cliff Note version again. Going back in yesteryears, friend zone, doing all of the correct things, trying to value, do all of that stuff, and yada yada yada. Long story short, the main conversation that would always come directly from those girls / women during that time was like, "Oh, you're so nice. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, I wish more guys could be like you." That's the kill. That's the most backhanded compliment that I think a woman could actually give, where she tells you that she wishes that more guys were like you. What she's saying is that you're nice, but you're not her type. If only the guys that she chases after and she's really attracted to had more of what you have, then the world would be a better place. But I still wouldn't pick you at the end of the day. And that's how that went. Every time I would hear that, I would still be the one that was not, getting looked at. Was like, hey, maybe I should sit up and give him a shot and all this other type of stuff and yada yada. Nah, nope. And that's how people ended up being single moms and in and out relationships, chaotic. That's how folks ended up getting beaten directly on. Like I said, and that basically fits directly within this woman's video, that this clip that she got directly up there, where she tried to blame the black geek and the nerd for the reason why black women are going through the relationships and dealing with toxic black men. It's not our fault. It's yours. It's yours. You selectively choose and pick out these dudes because they're flashy, because they're the utmost attractive and sought directly after, because they got, the money, they got the cars, they got this, they got that, they got the attention. Other people want to be like them or whatnot or whatever. So like I said, you walk and chase those dudes down. I done seen 99 different ways on how women, if they see a dude that's attractive, they will literally break their legs trying to get to that dude, trying to hurdle and bum rush through women and everybody else to get towards that dude. Like I said, that has nothing to do with the black nerds out here. we are not forcing folks out there to act a straight fool and to put themselves in situations that they should not even specifically be in. Like, that's crazy. I need people to take responsibility for, their own actions, for their own choices directly in life. For as the what was it, the female side of things, where they hate men, they need to, have better discernment, right? Sham said, I think they learn their behavior because mom in the house is doing everything while they play all day. Black nerds grow up like I did. Mom not playing with them. Clean up, take care of yourself, and etc. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's facts. Like I said, you learn real quick. It's like, hey, you want to sit up there and do these dishes, you taking out the trash, you're about to be, mopping this floor, you're about to be sweeping, you're about to be, vacuuming, cutting the grass, doing some yard work, shoveling. Like I said, I have responsibilities. you got responsibilities. But hey, it's crazy. T-Po said black nerds don't have that killer instinct in them. I mean, the thing I'll sit up there and say is this though. People have limits. People have limits. And the one thing that I the stereotype I don't like is when people sit up there and say that people who are like nerds or geeks don't have like a fight back. People got high tolerance. And it has to go. This is why like a lot of black nerds in a sense, or just I guess you could say nerds in general, technically like Gohan. Because Gohan is basically, it shows you what in a sense that is, not to the extent of like the anime, of course, but it's like you can only push somebody who is nice so far before you get something in return that you were not looking for or did not expect. And that happens. You can look at schools all across the country. It happens. So, like I said before, people are afraid of what it is that they obviously, people are not afraid of what it is that they obviously know. Right. So the ones out here that's willing to go out there and take lives, it's like, hey, it's already a given. Right. But yeah, people are like, it's no reason to sit up there and fear the quiet person or whatnot, whatever. They're not going to do nothing. They not about that life. And right, you don't know what a person has been through quietly just sitting there. But you will find out if you decide to push that person to that limit. And the craziest part is when you push that person, the quiet person, the geek and the nerd, to a limit, they don't have an off switch. Some folks will just sit up there and black out and just like keep going up until like the room is red. Like they don't know what stop is. They don't have a limiter because they have so much stuff built up that they've never been able to just like release. And now you gave them that moment to sit up there and do it. Like I said, people better, all I'm going to say is a lot of folks are going to figure it out. They're going to have to figure it out when they have to figure it out. Jenny D once said, I'm speaking on a stereotypical nerd. I'm into tech and into comics as well. In my experience, nerds tend to be arrogant and standoffish. I mean, to an extent, I mean, that's everybody. Cocky, arrogant, prideful, ego, however it is that you want to categorize it. It's like, yeah, I can sit up there and tell people there'll be times when it deals with everything in life I don't feel a certain type of way about. I don't really care. But when it's very specific, you ain't telling me nothing. I'm just going to sit up there, like I said. It's going to exactly sound how it's meant to be said, because I mean just that. Like I'll sit up there and have like this is just like random, right? So I'll have a conversation, let's say like some Call of Duty type stuff or whatnot or whatever. You know, me and the guys just sitting up there talking, and then somebody brings up something about the weapons being trash, whatnot or whatever in every single Call of Duty. I'm like, as an avid player, as somebody who's been playing this like since like 360 days multiplayer, I'm like, I've known and seen the assault rifles through various different, patches, iterations, and all these other things. And I'm like, no, because I got to sit up and tell people like, dog, you're incorrect. Because the main weapons that people tend to use, number one, the assault rifle, number two, the SMG, and then number three is going to, be sniper rifle. Then everything else will fall directly to the wayside. Now, if you're talking about other Call of Duties, then fourth or third, depending on the strength of the gun, you might have the DMRs, right? The single fire, type of weapons like the FAL. FAL was that was my go-to for Modern Warfare 2, and I think 1 to 2 other games directly after. But not to get on the rant, what I'm saying is, when it deals with certain things, yeah, we're going to sit up there and have what you would consider, I guess, like in arrogance or whatnot, whatever. Yeah, because it's like, yo, this is our field. Like, yo, we've been here in the mud 20 whatever years, and this is what I know. It's like, you ain't telling me nothing. You ain't telling me nothing because you don't have the basis. Like I said, it'd be like that. You can say the same thing in other contexts when it deals with people who are in finances. They're going to have a certain type of arrogance and whatnot about them when it deals with money conversations because they know more than the average person. And, it'd be like that. That's something I'm not going to apologize for. People just got to know the conversations of which that they can sit up there and have. And then the other conversations where it's like, all right, you're going to take a back seat directly to this. It'd be like that. Like I said, for me, I'm just gonna be honest. I ain't apologizing for that. Now, if you can prove to me that you got more knowledge than me, hey, it's cool. I got you. I see you, champ. But if you don't, I don't know what to tell you. You got to talk to God about that. Sham said, but there isn't a stereotypical nerd. They all pretty much operate differently. Brandon, what is up? You said there's another streamer. That's another streamer. You said I enjoy dropping in and telling everyone to have a great day. Life is great. All right. Jenny D1 said, mentally healthy women aren't going around looking for men who will use and abuse them. Most women don't want those traits in a man. I get what you're saying, but the actions of the choices that women have specifically made in men speak differently. Because you have to now, Jenny D1, I understand what you're saying, right? But at the same time, you have to explain to me, how is it possible that every single woman on this planet has the same exact story when it deals with bad men? Somebody explain it to me. You're going to tell me that women ain't out here looking for the wrong types, but magically every woman out here has a story about a bad dude. He left him. He cheated on him multiple times. He was swinging on him. He was devaluing them, calling them directly out of their name and taking money from them. And I'm like, magically, every woman got this exact same story. The exact same story. Like I said, look online. It don't matter. You can go to blog sites to the early 2000s, during the .com era, or, during the, or after the effect of the bubble, whatnot, or whatever. But you can go back to old blog sites. You can go to forums and threads right now. You can go to threads itself. You can go to X. You can go to TikTok. You can go to WorldStar. You can go to YouTube. You can go to IG. Wherever women like to talk about the information in their business, which is pretty much everywhere online, seemingly enough, every woman has the same exact story. And I'm like, wow. But oddly enough, I can never find women online with the same exact story talking about a good guy, a decent guy, how he treated them right, how he did right directly by them. They sat up there and got married, live happily ever after, or they're in a great long-term relationship and things are just look. I've never seen those stories. And trust and believe, I've tried to find those, analytically speaking. And it's like, nope, it's always women always talking about bad relationships and the wrong types of guys. I'm just saying. T-Pose said, black nerds need to get some of that killer instinct in them. See, Apple, what is up? Dark Horse said, T-Pose, black nerd or not, you will never know that until you push a man too far. That's facts. That is 1,000%. Like I said, that's a stereotype that people are going to mess up on. They are going to mess up. Like I said, I put it to you like this: when it deals with all of these school incidences that be happening, it's not the ones that be running the streets. It's not the drug dealers. It's not the most cockiest dudes out of the school that's going through doing this throughout these United States. It's the loners. It's the nerds. It's the geeks. It's the ones that got pushed too far because they was quiet and people thought that they can bully and pick directly on them. So again, somebody has to explain that to me. Wouldn't you think that it would be like the drug dealers? It would just be the bad apples. It would be the ones ripping and running through the streets that's going to be doing this in schools. They're not even doing it. You would have thought that those were the nerds. By how everything is going, you would have thought that those were the actual nerds. But it's crazy. It's crazy. It is crazy. Jenny said, most people want to date up. That's natural. I'm confused though. But see, this is the thing though. Men don't use the terminology dating up or dating down. So you mean most women want to date up? Men don't care. Like this term, not like I said, talking to other men and even, going back to younger days, we never had a conversation talking about women talking about, oh, I'm trying to date up. As a man, I'm trying to date up, and no, I'm just trying to date. Like what? Like I said, a lot of this stuff is like it's foreign to me because these were never conversations that I've ever actually had, both publicly or privately. This was just not it. Because the main thing when it deals with guys is like, we don't care if a woman is broke or not. It's about what it is that you can specifically do as a woman. What can you bring directly to me and add to me, in order to push me forward and all of that, other type of stuff. Is that type of stuff. Like men are like, hey, you might not have nothing right now, but it's like, all right, I see you. Let me know what your plan is or what it is that you want to do, and we're going to work towards that as a team. I'm going to propel you forward in order to get you to where it is that you want to be, as a woman. That's how men normally look at things. So I'm a little bit confused again on the terminology of that, of trying to say that everybody's trying to date up. No, it's women that's trying to date up. Women don't want to specifically build men up because they feel that men should already be pre-built. Women like a finished product. They don't like a working or work in progress. These are facts. Now, when it deals with men, it's either or. It doesn't matter. If you're, a decent, good woman or whatnot, or whatever, it's like, hey, whatever it is, we want to sit up there and tackle that situation, and we're going to solve those problems. Like I said, it's a difference. Just saying. Sham said, nah, they don't. They're good because they grow up and many of them are successful. Dark Horse said, nerd. Oh no, I think your first statement was correct. Gregory said, preach, my brother, preach. Kevin Samuels couldn't have said it better. Sam said, what does dating up mean? If you just dating to fill your pockets or dating by looks, like all your relationships will be as vain as you. That's facts. Yo, Lord, what is up? You said women hate other women more than men hate each other. Janie disagrees. I want to say, hopefully I pronounce this right. Is it Zakana? Zakana Corner. What is up? You said you love nerds. Yo, Mr. What is up? You said, quote, toxic people are the problem. And you said, now watch me be toxic and useless as a human with more yap content. You also said another content creator / streamer. Well, it'd be like that. I mean, you decided to be up here instead of watching anything dealing with finances. So you decided to park yourself here. Sounds personal. Ms. Corner said needs are nerds. I guess that I'm not sure if everybody might have like an iPhone or whatnot, but that auto correct, let me tell you, it is catching everybody today. You said nerds are introverted for the most part. They respect women. Yep. Lord said look up the DV from women and women relationships. Oh no, I went over that before. I've covered that stat before. I have covered that quite a few times. Sham said, yeah, it's a difference between pervs and nerds as well. That's true. Sham said, pervs like to hide as nerds. Got to know the difference when dating. Dark Horse said, facts. What is it? Laura responding to Janie. Let me see. So your reply to him was that look up the femicide rate and the black femicide rate, and you'll know who is unaliving women. Now, the thing I'll sit up there and say, I know that Janie, you're responding to D1. I've gone over the femicide rate, and on average, if we're going to sit up there and talk about realistically, murder is bad, right? It doesn't matter who's doing it. Now, if we're going to sit up there and try to leverage this, we got to sit up there and be drastically honest. If you're going to talk about a black femicide rate, so black men take out more black men than anybody else, correct? So I'm like, so what's the use of talking about a black femicide rate? As if there's like a corner directly on this. If everybody that normally speaks on black men states that black men harm each other more than anybody else, what is the use in trying to have a difference out there and trying to say that you are the utmost affected when you're not? As we speak right now, there's probably somebody's black son that just lost their life. Their father, their uncle, their grandfather in a dispute with another black male. Like, I'm a little bit confused when it deals with this, because the craziest part is I can sit up there and state that you'll have black dudes out here that'll be more tense and be more on the edge when they're around like other dudes, just in general, because of how competitive dudes are and you never know what's going to happen, versus women. I don't really see women moving all tense, in a sense, being as afraid as people want to portray directly online. That's not normally what is happening, because if it was, a lot of women would not be going to grocery stores, they wouldn't be going to gyms. A lot of areas where it's heavily a lot of men, even like corporate America and different things of that nature, women would not be there, because it's like, oh, you're the villain. You're going to sit up there and just take my life any second. I'm not going to be here. So I'm just, just saying. What is it? What is it? Aya, or is it Leah? I'm not sure, but I'm gonna say, Bing, what is up? You said, you know what I can find? Something I like about most people, everyone you meet is at different places in life. Yeah, that's true. Out of the Mud said, good guys give girls the soft life. Ty, what is up? You said, or any woman would be lucky to have you. Miss Corner said, more men should be like you. It's meant to be a compliment. That is not a compliment. let me tell you, because, and I'm talking about from experience. I know that it's not a compliment, because if that was like, this is I put it like this, right? If I sit up there, if I'm talking to, like, let me put it to high school, right? Back in high school, if I sit up there and specifically talk to a girl and I'm like, hey, you're beautiful, you're this, you're that, those are compliments. Those are compliments letting you know, like, hey, I find you attractive. This is my way of letting you know that I find you attractive. And on, some type of chance, maybe we should go out. Let me get your number. Maybe we can, get some, lunch, outside of school. We can go to, like, Quinn's, Happy Pizzas, something like that, or KFC down the street. We can walk and talk and walk you back. Like, that is a compliment. And that's also, trying to push it into the direction of being directly with that person. Whenever I've had, and I'm gonna say it as generalities, right? Whenever a female, because I know that people hate that term, it be like that. But whenever a female basically states that to me, that's not a compliment. Because at the end of the day, I would not be the person that you're trying to actually physically date, that you're actually trying to be with and trying to move forward directly with. So, like I said, it's a difference. So that's why I'm stating that I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is not a compliment. It is not, because, like, it's two different things that happens. When men give compliment, we are doing that with an intent. When women sit up there and do it, it ain't no intent. The only time it is intent is if it is a man that they are actually attracted to and chasing after. If it is just one of the quote unquote invisible or the normal guys out here, yeah, it's not a compliment. It's like, hey, you are a very great friend, and you're going to stay as a very great friend. That's all it is. That's all it is. Divine said, a lot of that nonsense, judging the book by its cover, is taught in Black communities to divide men and women, divide the fam and the community. I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, two things can be true at the same time. It's like, yeah, that is in a sense taught, but it's also a belief as well too, right? You do have people that teach it, but then at the same time, you have people that directly, like, these are their actions. It's like, hey, they don't actually like somebody who is decent or nice or whatnot or whatever. Like, they just, toxic. Like, some toxic people like toxic and chaotic people, right? That is within their nature, right? That is their balance. Ty said it is not a compliment. Bars. Sydney Riot, what is up? You said most people are fools and it's on all sides. Men, what? Wait, you said men something people out. Okay, men want people out of their leagues as well. Nerds are weird and socially awkward. This is not rocket science. How people look to more charismatic. I'm probably mispronouncing that. I know I am. I know I'm killing, I'm murdering that word at this moment in time. Shout out to being up and not being sleeping at this moment in time. Charismatic. Took a minute to click in. I got you, Sydney. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have nerd. I mean, technically, like I said, you got different levels to nerddom, right? So you're gonna have folks out there that are, socially awkward, but again, you do have within the nerd colonies, the different levels. People are social. You can have people that are socially awkward in one area in one type of way, but in other ways they're not, right? So maybe you might have somebody when it deals with being out in public, maybe they might be socially awkward, but when they are just within their comfortable zone, like let's say like family or friends, like or within a space that they can just breathe, they're fine. They're just like everybody else, right? Because they're not worried about, being judged or people looking at them for, being weird because maybe they have like a type of, laugh or whatever it is, right? So they have to be this type of awkward in order to just be amongst everybody else because they know that everybody else is going to judge them, which is true, right? But Miss Corner said, but I get it. Sam said, Janie, it's white men that unalive the most women on the planet. Don't be just looking for black femicide rates. It's even more high when it's white males. Divine says self-love and self-respect are key before pursuing a relationship. No, that's 100%. That's bar. That is a straight bar that you just listed. 100%. And I've stated that 99 different times. Lord said, I'm not even bringing race into this. At Janie D1, look up the DV rates from the same women and women relationships. Yeah, like I said, people don't. I put it to you like this, Lord. It's going to fall on deaf ears because I've done videos, I've done live streams to basically speak out on that to bring those statistics up. And even when I've showcased that information to women directly out there, I've had naysayers. They were like, "Oh no, 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 we don't care what women are doing to other women. We need to focus on what these men are specifically doing to us. That is the danger. That is the one that we don't care what other women are doing." Like I said, and this is why I told people before, people only care about stuff if men are doing it. If somebody else is doing the crime or the violence or whatever it is, nobody cares. Nobody bats an eye. It's not going to be highlighted. People don't care about those stats. They never seem to have those stats or can never even look them up. Like I said, it's crazy. Heath. Well, Heather, what is up? You said the Bible says to remain silent, but women ain't hearing facts these days. Sydney Wright says, sadly, folks are not taught how to just go after, how to just wait. Oh, you said sadly, folks are not taught how to just go after the shiny things. I think you meant not to go after the shiny things, but I get you. You said again, everyone does it, and the cycle keeps going from a black nerd girl. Gotcha. I got you. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe everybody's phone like did like an update because I can tell you this is the most that I've seen like typos actually happen in chat. Like I kid you not. I'm like these phones. Like I said, I know that the autocorrect is happening. Trust me, because I've had it happen to me 99 different times, and it's annoying. I even like anytime I've done videos and try to put up titles and stuff, autocorrect been beating me down every single time. And then I have people in the comment section trying to tell me, it's like, yo, man, your title for, within the whatnot or whatever is wrong. I'm like, I don't even got time. It's like, I'm not even going to do it. I'm like, you got it. I'm tired of trying to like fix it because I know what I originally wrote. And then when I put it directly up, now it's something different. I'm like, yeah, nah. It's crazy out here. Fred, what is up? You said mentally, these women don't mature past 14 years of age. Mahoko, what is up? Luna O'Shea, what is up? You said you're talking about black nerds. I was a black nerd. What is going on? So basically the grift in a sense is you have women out here basically saying to go date the nerd. Now, the other thing I also want to put directly in there is that chances are very great that a lot of the women speaking, they're not talking about black male nerds. Because amongst the videos that I was able to see, there was a woman up there that had a video, and it was from Blackish, where the young daughter was basically showing her boyfriend, but she had the caption as like mom and dad or mom, dad, and family. I'm dating a nerd, and then it flipped from that to what she actually likes, and you saw nothing but these white nerds directly out there from various like TV shows or cartoons and stuff like that. Like that is basically her type. So also within this conversation, you have a lot of these women that are more than likely not even talking about black male nerds. So I want to put that directly in the list as well. Right. But it's a lot. Like I said, we're not even through the first part of the video. Sydney said, not taught to stop chasing shiny things. No, I got you. I figured that's what it was. I got you. Like I said, when I happen to read the comments, I'm like, I'm going over it in my brain because I can catch it sometimes. Jenny D1 said, my focus is America. The black femicide rate here is higher than other races of women. This is mostly an black American focused channel. The topic is black dating. See, but that's why also I probably should have added that directly after. But like I said, a lot of these women, they're probably not even talking about black guys, like actually like meaning the nerd types, because some of them will specifically state that they dated this type of dude, and you can obviously tell she's talking about black. But then when it refers to the nerd, it's like a void. It's like you can't even really tell. You can tell what you can't, right? But again, this one right here in the blue, she's specifically blaming black male nerds and geeks for the reason that black women have trauma when it deals with the dating market. And as a guy that's a geek, black nerd, gamer, whatever you want to sit up and consider it, I am not at fault for the selective choices of other black women out here. I can't protect you or defend you from that. That has nothing to do with me. Everybody is free to date whoever it is that they want to date. I don't control black women. I don't have ownership over black women, right? So at no point in time do I have a say-so in specifically who it is that they date. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, that I've known, young women from the past where they have multiple kids from multiple guys. There's nothing I can do about that. I've tried to inform, I've tried to tell folks didn't want to listen, and they still ended up getting pregnant, still ended up in the wrong relationships, almost had their lives taken. There's nothing I can do about that. I am not to blame for that. Like I said, I can't protect somebody who don't want to listen. It's like that's crazy. I'm not like, yo, come on. Sham said, so is the white femicide the Hispanic one, the Asian ones? When you look at the DV cases, the highest rate killer is white. And Jenny said at Lord. See, I knew it. That's why I told Lord earlier. Janie said, I know the DV rate is high for that group. Lesbians fighting doesn't concern me as much as femicide or the high rate of SA of females by males. And this is why I sat up there and told people before. Now, oh man, the funny part, I almost want to do a segue. You know what? I got you. Let me just do, because I got the video, because I want to do a segue. I'm going to leave Janie's comment directly up here, because I got to do a segue now, because I knew that this was going to happen. And I'm not trying to hear in response to this video that I'm going to put that, oh, what about the men? What about it's not about what about the men do. I'm just going to preface this by saying that right now. It's not about what the men do. It's about specifically highlighting an issue, right? Because you're talking about the SA and all this other type of stuff, right? So I want y'all to listen to this video real quick, and we'll get back to the normal topic. So Janie's comment said that she's worried about, femicide rates and the SA by females and stuff like that. Let me show you something that women are not concerned with that also happens within the black community that they don't want to talk about and refuse to talk about. So let's listen to this video real quick.
Up in here. Look at this stinking in my mother's house with my 13-year-old child. I smacked her goddamn face. She better be glad I ain't killed her yet. Stinking, but the seat cleaning on them away. Oh, trifling asshole. You, yeah. Meant that. Big nasty laid up in here naked when I'm got here. Stupid, sloppy. And I got her key. You ain't getting no mother. Man ain't getting you just a child. Man ain't getting you nothing. Man, I ain't got to tell my son. I done told you before if you drive that. If you drive that black car, I done told you that man, it don't matter. If y'all won't come no more, and you ain't going out there. Don't permit. You think it's funny. It ain't mother funny, boy. Yeah. Look at this nasty. Look at her. Okay, can you let me out? Nasty. You ain't going no. Get out the door. When the police come, so stupid ass. Girl, I'm gonna knock your ass out. You gonna stay? I don't give a if you hit me back or not. I'm gonna bone you up in here. That's what time it is. You man, shut up. You got my goddamn face. I meant that. Cause you ain't had no business with the slap up in here. You ain't had no business with them in my house. Paul, I'm waiting on the CP Modi. Look at her. Oh, dusty up in my house.
Let me
that
out
bitch,
the door.
you right, well, yeah.
Let me out
You
the door.
do what the fuck you want to do. Turn up then. Turn up.
Turn up.
Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Turn up.
Let me out the door.
Turn up then. Man, nothing. Turn up. Turn up.
Get your mama.
Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. I'm gonna beat your mother in a minute. You finna get it. Yeah, but right now, I need her to stay right the fuck here. Yeah, she ain't going nowhere.
I threw my stuff away.
He throw it away. You should have thrown this nasty ass hole away. Why you got her laid up in this motherfucker in my house and my goddamn light bill $500 and ain't neither one of y'all put it in on it. That's what I'm talking about. So, yeah, this nasty. Look at her. Ain't nobody got to ask. Yeah, let me get $100 in.
I got it.
Let me get it. Let's go to the car and get it. Okay. When the police get here. Yeah, I need that.
Yo, mom.
Man, shut fuck up. I got plenty. If I ain't got it, I can get it. I always remember that.
Police are...
I don't give a fuck. They can come in. Yes, if they can. You let her in this. You might as well let the city clean in this. Look at this, y'all. Look, I'm gonna put this bitch on Facebook. I don't even know her name. I don't even know who she is. But she going nationwide. My son, 13 years old, and just laid up in my mother's house with him. Yeah. That's ridiculous. You go out them door and I'm gonna queue up too right along the way. I meant that. That ain't no threat. That's a goddamn promise. Yeah. What her car at? What her car at? Who is it? Yeah, come on back here and get this out my house while I call up. This overgrown hole in my mother's house with my 13. That's right there. My son, 13 years old. That's a grown woman. I will beat the fuck out. I wouldn't give a fuck about none of that shit. I don't give a fuck.
Right. So let me scroll right back up and put Janie D's comment up there. See, this be the problem that I have. And again, I have spoken about SA that happens. I've talked about black women out here that have lost their lives in the black community. But the oddest thing that I've always seen consistently when it deals with a lot of these women, I always want to talk about negatively about black men, like femicide rate, you guys do this, you guys do that. Consistently speaking, I've always seen with these women, they never speak about the fact of how grown women in the black community go directly after the kids. The woman that you saw directly in the video, the refrigerator that was laid up in another woman's house with her 13-year-old son. I never see the same black women that say that they care about the kids and they care about the family and this, that, and the third. I never happen to see them bring up or highlight these women or talk about it. And then when you happen as a man, if you happen to bring up and talk about it, they want to move the goalpost and they're like, oh, well, it's bad what it is that she did and yada, yada, yada. But let's talk about these 4 black men that were just in the news recently. Let's talk about this story that I know about from 5 years ago. Let's talk about this, that, and the third and all this. In order to get away from this, it's like, hey, we're not going to talk about that. I don't care about that, right? Just like she said before, she was like, hey, I know that women are harming other women and they do terrible things to other women, but that's not really my concern. I don't really care about that. What we need to talk about is these black men out here. But yet, y'all supposed to care about all women, though, right? Even if they're in a same-sex relationship, violence against another human being is bad. So it should all be highlighted, but that's not what y'all care about. You only care about it if you can pin a black man directly to it. And that's the problem. Just like when this situation dealing with this video, a lot of black women out here don't care about this because they can't attach a black man to this negative situation and blame him specifically for it. like I said, it's this is why I don't like a lot of these conversations, because it doesn't in a sense go anywhere. It doesn't really help with the situation. Like I said, it's crazy. What her name is? What is it? Micaiah Quinshana Jaquette Davenport, March 26, 2026. She has I had to block out some words. Basically, criminal conduct with a minor or an attempt with a victim that is 11. Let me see if I can move the other part over. 11 to 14 years of age. That's crazy. That is 1,000% crazy. It's wild work out here. Wild work. But like I said before, people care about the stats. Nobody if you talk to these same people, they can never bring up the stats on how many women in the black community do this. And I can tell you it's more than what you think. It's a silent epidemic that, a lot of folks don't want to address because they would rather talk about the obvious. And I'm like, shouldn't we be addressing all of this equally because it's affecting everybody? We shouldn't be just talking about it for like one section. Right? That's all I'm saying. Like I said, it's crazy. That is crazy. Miss Riot said, "Thank you for giving out autocorrect typos, Grace." Oh no! Trust me, I wouldn't for Cindy Riot. Trust me, as somebody that's been doing this for years, I 1,000% understand. 1,000% understand. Wait, AJ, the one said, "What in the world are her parents thinking about with her name?" I don't know what to say. So let me just scroll up. I'm going to try to get through all of y'all comments real quick. Out of the Mud said, "I prefer a man to be peaceful. To be peace. I can find a million different ways to get my heart rate up besides chasing behind any man." Sham said, "The rate of femicide, murder across the board on each race is the same. The amount is different. White men take more lives per year when it is women than any other race, and that is a fact." Yo, Caveman, what is up? What is up? He says, "Seji, salute." Jenny D1 said, "No, unfortunately, black women have the highest rate of femicide in the United States. I think Native American women are second." Out of Bun said, "Good afternoon, young man." Said, "You much love, respect, and appreciation, and good morning to you as well." Jenny D said that women have the same exact story when dealing with bad men because a lot of men are liars. They switch up, and a lot of men are bad and hate women. So, I'm not even sure if Janie D is even still here because I haven't seen the response in a minute. Just using her comment as an example, on this platform, I've covered the fact that you've had women, right? I've covered the fact that you got men out here doing horrendous things directly towards women. Covered that. Don't even matter the race. You could be Indian, Chinese, Latin, Mexican, Haitian, whatever it is. Covered all of that, right? Throughout the years. The craziest part is that for whatever reason, whenever this narrative is given and a woman is basically stating it, they never state the facts that women are just as much, if not worse. Meaning that you have women out here who will have kids with a guy, and if the guy does not want to be with them, but they still want to be a part of the child's life, women will opt to keep that kid away from the father. There's been young men out here that have gone out and decided to get in contact with their father and learn the fact that the stories that the mother told were lies, because they actually got to see the person. They actually got to be around the person, actually talk to the person, had the other half basically explain what was going on and what was happening. So it's like it's crazy to sit up there and say that men are such great liars and deceivers that they can just trick women all the time. But the greatest trick to ever be played is to make people think that the devil doesn't exist. And when it deals with a lot of women out here, they make it seem like women are not treacherous, like women are not Loki directly out here. Like you got women that trick other women. If women are able to trick other women, what do you think that means when it deals with men? Who's like, what are we talking about here? Like, you got women that will literally set other women up in order to get robbed or have their lives taken, but folks don't want to talk about that, right? While talking about the deceitfulness and the quote unquote treachery when it deals with men, people don't want to talk about how women sit up there and treat other women because, again, people don't care because you can't attach a black man to that at all. Divine One said narcs are actors. What was it? Dawn Wood, what is up? You said I have been in a toxic living partner or relationship with a living partner who spat in my face and went in my eyes, been physically, mentally, and financially um, abused. That's tough. That is tough. Sham said the highest rates be out of percentages. The highest amount of killers are Caucasian men. I know you have a hard time understanding that, but it is true. Cindy Rice said you've never seen a story where a woman pushes about how good her man is. Not ever once. Wow. I see that twice a day. What I'm saying by that is that when you deal with it on a scale, again, as a social media content creator, when I look at this, I'm looking at a scale. I'm looking at all of the years. I'm looking at World Star Hip Hop. I'm looking at mainstream media news. I'm looking at blogs. I'm looking at threads, right? Websites that women have created. What's one of them? Like Lipstick Alley, right? Jezebel. I'm looking at stuff on YouTube, IG. So I'm studying, right? So that I can understand, hear what women are saying. So I'm looking at this and gathering this from over the years. And when I have to put this on a scale, what I'm saying is that there are more women that are actively preaching about bad men and bad relationships consistently on a consistent basis every single day versus them preaching about good men. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying, like, and this is for me being in a space for about like 6, 7, 8 years. Right. So that's the scale that I'm looking at. That's the messaging that I got as a guy, as a man. And it gets even worse when it deals with, people wanting to make content specifically talking about black men negatively. It gets far worse. It's horrible. You would basically, if you would listen to a lot of folks out there, you would realistically think that just all black men are evil. Like that, there is not a shred of good. There's not a silver lining. There's not a rainbow and a pot of gold at the end. You would think that there was nothing but just like chaos and death. So again, and I'm just listening to the messaging of women directly out there. Again, this is but I get it though. If you're able to see that twice a day, that's great. That's awesome. But it's not the average though. That's not the consistent thing that happens. Now, if it deals with other races directly out here, that's different. Don said, and he was a drinker and a gambler. Oddly enough, you're saying this, and that reminds me of a woman that I spoke to before on a live stream years ago. Oddly enough. Sir Nick, what is up? What is up? You said wearing someone else's hair is absolutely disgusting. Sam said, also, you are less likely as a black woman to be harmed by a black man than you are a white man because his DV rate is much higher than anything. Sam also said that I want to know, Janie, have you even ever dated a black nerd? Do you even date men at all? Question mark. Divine One said a relationship is about building together. That's facts. That's facts. Out of the Mud said commenting on someone's hair is more disgusting. Janie said at Sham, are you whining and lying to yourself? And I think I figured out what oh no. Well, Mo was giving like the warning signs looking at Janie. That was the first warning. Dawn said not always on the woman's side. Jenny D1 said at Sham, the couple of nerds I dated, and yes, they were black, turned out to be selfish, arrogant, and immature. Okay, so you had some people that needed to do a little bit, get more well-rounded, needed to have some more growth. Okay. Arrogant. All right. I've explained that one myself. Immature. Everybody's immature in certain areas. It wasn't very specific. Selfish. Everybody is selfish, in their own ways as well too. A lot of those can be worked directly on. That's not, drastically horrible, Just saying it's not drastically horrible compared to the stories that I've heard from women of what it is that they've had to deal with men. Yeah, that's not even like a drop in the bucket. Like those are things that can literally somebody can start, fixing that stuff within like a year, 6 months to a year. Like you could really start, fixing and breaking all of that stuff down. You know, like I said, you didn't list that the dude was calling out of your name. You didn't say that the dude was beating on you or doing stuff like that. Like this is stuff that you deal with everyday people. Like I said, that's highly fixable. Highly fixable. Right. Brother Carl, what is up? He said, what's up, said you in chat. Lavish, what is up? He said, that's a man. Out of the mud said it's funny because nerds typically like pretty women. I mean, this is true. Sham said also, it ain't the nerds murdering black women at high rates, it's the thugs you so attracted to. Ooh, a lot of y'all be dating danger and sit there and pin that on all black men. Ooh, flames. I couldn't have said it better myself. Let me tell you something. And I've tried to state this 99 different times, but folks don't want to. I think I probably even said it. My words were different though, but I think I said this directly in the stream, and it's like I guess she still didn't catch on directly to it, but it'd be like that. Like I said, you can't save everybody, even if you want to. You can't sit up there and do it. You know. Lavish said always resorting to the blicky versus the fist. It's the culture. Damn. AJ said that's not true. I think some nerds are afraid to approach certain black women. Coming from a self-proclaimed nerd myself, I like to be around people that can teach me something. I mean, you do have. Let me swap the picture back. Right. You got a point. You do have guys out there who are nerds who are afraid to approach because they feel that is going to be very tough. Like when you're basically a black dude that's a nerd and you're going around the black community and you're just getting like judged or looked at a certain type of way, you pretty much figure that your chances are slim to none, right? Because you're already not getting respected, right? You already got people like laughing and trying to fit in and do all this other type of like nonsense. So it's like when you look at the women out here and they're within like the same realm or hang around those people, it's like usually birds of a feather flock together, right? So you're looking like, man, she is attractive. She does look cute. She got some qualities there. Like maybe I should try. And then it dawns on you, it's like, nah, like look at who she hanging around with. Look who her friends are. Listen to the conversations. And it's like, yeah, nah. It's like some people are like I'd rather just sit up there and lose by not doing versus losing and going out there and trying. And then on top of that, it's like, hey, it'll save me the embarrassment. Because like I said, I've been there too, where you just sit up there and you got a group of girls and you sit up there and decide to say something or a compliment, and folks want to sit up there and clown you, and I'm like, because the craziest part is that they wouldn't be acting like that if they was by themselves, and that's the craziest part. And that's the one thing I dislike. I'm not gonna say hate. I dislike the most. When you got a lot of girls out here wanting to act, completely different versus how they actually are, because a lot of women are different when they're by themselves versus when they're out there with their friends. It's like everybody trying to show off or something. Like it's just weird. And especially if it's a group of girls, and if a guy like pulls up, now it's like, oh, let me sit up there and embarrass him real quick. What weirdos? So, like I said, a lot of guys want to save themselves from that embarrassment. Trust me, I done gone through it. I didn't got my embarrassing stories directly about here just from trying. And I'm like, man, never. If I had to go back, if I had to go back, let me tell you. What was it? Sham said Jenny D1, but they didn't turn to kill you, did they? They were just a bit selfish and immature, huh? How old were these nerds by any chance? Out of the Mud said not the wait. I was gonna say machete. I don't think is that machete? Out of the Mud, my apologies. My reading is not where it's supposed to be at this moment because I am not supposed to be up. I think I only had about like 2 hours of sleep right now. So yeah, got woken up. Let me see, what is it? Sham said let her answer the question mode. She don't know. Was she activated? Janie D1 said, Sham, one of the nerds was violent and they were grown men. So how? So hold on. Wait. I'm a little bit confused. How do we go from you saying that they were like arrogant, immature, and selfish, and then all of a sudden, bam, yeah, there was a violent nerd that was there. How come that wasn't listed? When the examples were given on the nerds that she said that she specifically, dated or ran into, she never listed violent. And I picked up on that and I was like, okay, well, all of those things that you listed could be fixed. I'm like, at least it wasn't like the worst extent or anything like that. Now it's like, oh no, violence did occur. Okay. All right, brother. I can't even get a full story directly out here. And people can type almost as much as they want to type in the chat. I can't even get a full story. So I can even, give a well-rounded opinion, directly to somebody else's response. Like, Jesus, man. Work with me here. Sham said, how old was a grown man? JDD said he was in his mid-40s. Ty said, Sham, I got something to show. Sham said, oh man, as soon as I read what Sham wrote, that was like one of my other videos. Sham was like, yo, I gotta paraphrase this. Yo, you lying. you know how I know you lying? You would have started off with the whole 40-year-old violent man in your argument if it happened. And that's what I'm saying too. I'm like, out of all of the time you were talking about femicide rates, black men are dangerous, that's the only thing that you care about. You would have basically stated that one of the main nerds that you ran into was a 40-year-old violent black nerd. You would have led with that. You did not lead with that at all. So I'm like, yeah, you got caught. You got caught. It took a little bit of time, but you got caught. Like, yo, this is wild out here. Sam was like, you started off with the nerd was immature and selfish. Violence was not in your answer until you looked foolish with that answer. I didn't even think you dated men, which is why you called me a whiner. Sham said, cause you're a liar and you can lie yourself in the shadow realm. So now I made it to the end of the story. I understand what happened to Janie D1. That's why she's no longer here. It's crazy. This man Moot said, unity weaves or create realities. Wait, what? I'm a little bit confused on that. Yo, Mo, what is up? He said, what sort of nerd are you at AJ the One? Let me see. What was it? Hero for Hire said they lost. Kamikaze Keisha out of the mud said needs. Wait. Oh, you said nerds are the sexiest. Yeah, I'm telling you, that autocorrect is crazy out here today. I don't know what's happening. I guess the phones don't like people talking about like nerds and geeks. I guess that's what it is. They're like, no. We want y'all talking about like the thugs. We want y'all talking about the worst of the worst. It's like, oh, you talking about geeks? We're gonna rewrite this every single time. It's crazy. The tall stoner, what is up? You said my teacher was 38-year-old married woman. Ooh, that's crazy. You said very true. I was 14 dating my teacher, but no one said that it was wrong. Whoa, you're a victim. Ooh, man, yo, that's wild. That is wild. My apologies. My apologies that happened to you. Because like I said, that's something that I know a lot of guys don't even happen to hear, because normally what tends to happen ignorantly is that you would have folks sitting up there saying that, yo, that was a good thing. It's not. You're a victim. And I apologize that happened to you, even though there was nothing I could do about it. But I'm sorry that happened to you. That's wild. 14 with a 38-year-old married. Whew, that's wild. Like I said, and this is stuff that a lot of women don't want to talk about. They'll always talk about men, but when women are out here doing this, if not worse, nobody ever wants to talk about it, highlight it. It's wild work. Sham said, talking about the other woman in the previous video, how do you trash talk people and then ask them $400? Schmidt said, what is going on here? Sham said, crazy. Schmidt said, can you watch the lens? It's blurry. He said, oh, I get it. What was it? Mo was asking about the teacher, what happened to her. Ashley the Virgo Flame said, who said that? Grit, what is up? He said, my supervisor, last name is Davenport. Mo said, what is up at D-Love? AJ, the one said, what were the parents even thinking? Sydney Rice said, thank you for the autocorrect, right? Sham said, no caps, tone it down, please. Ashley Virgo said, the whole situation is disgusting. She was staying in the house. The mother already knew. They took the lady's taxes, and then she called the police. The son is on TikTok professing his love. It is sad. This is what I'm going to sit up and say. I'm not sure why, as a grown woman, she was staying directly at that woman's house while work. But for you to be 21, like this is all I'm saying. For her to be 21 and you couldn't find a man of your age range to be with, you had to go to a 13 or 14-year-old young male. Woo! That's volumes right there. Volumes. You could not attract. The only thing that you can attract as a grown 21-year-old woman is a 13-year-old. And that 13-year-old thinks that he's in love, and he doesn't. Like I said, that's the hormones basically talking. This is probably like the first real time he was like actually around like a female. I'm just going to say female because I'm generalizing, meaning both, either somebody of his age range or somebody older. This is probably the first time he ever had the interaction, anything like that. So his hormones are basically sitting up and telling him like, yo, this is love. This person is here for me. They care about me. And it's like, no, your body is misguiding you at this moment in time. Like I said, coming from an understanding, coming from that perspective, I understand what it is that he is going through and how he's looking at the situation. It's not that. Your body is telling you it is leading you astray. 1,000%. Like I said, hindsight. What was it? D-Love up here laughing. Ashley said it's a very disgusting situation. The mother should be in jail as well. D-Love said that name though. Sham said Janie is in the shadow realm. Aboriginal, what is up? You said that's facts. D-Love said, yep, that is disgusting. She's lucky the mama don't stump her ears together. Let me see. Oh, we have somebody in here being trying to be a racist. No problem. Pack you up real quick. Remix said questionable name. Yo, Alex, what is up? You said what's up, Seji, and what's up to the chat. Hope you all are healthy and blessed. Yep, and same to you as well. Good sir. Tree said $100 for what? She was talking about like the lights or whatever. Sham said, oh man, I gotta order some more watercolors. They'd be expensive, like $79. The Daniel Smith. Sham said, my bad, I didn't see him. No, that's cool. Like I said, either which way, either y'all be catching them or I'll just happen to catch them. This man pulled up with a Ken Masters from SNK versus Cap. It's either SNK versus Capcom or that's SVC Chaos. Well, SVC Chaos had the darker evil Ken that was basically that was black with like white hair. But also this is like SNK versus Capcom or / SNK versus Capcom 2. Like I said, that artwork was dope. It's always classic. Like I said, I love that fighting game. Hopefully we get an SNK versus Capcom 3. Anyways, let me get back to the video.
On top of seeing in the media only struggle love and only these toxic men, the media has told them that you don't exist. I also advise you to really clean up on your presentation skills, clean up on your appearance. With the black guy, with the black good guy nerd category, if you will, a lot of y'all, again, you weaponize your intelligence and you weaponize this personality trait of being a good guy, and you disregard every other aspect about yourself. You've looked the same since middle school. Clean it up. Clean up your vocabulary. Really get to know a woman and try to woo her. The same advice that I have for the women, I have for the men. You need to find an advisor. You need to find a coach. You need to find a mentor that you admire, that has the lifestyle that you would like to acquire, the type of woman you would like to acquire, so you know what little kinks and tweaks you can make into presenting yourself to these women so that they find you attractive.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but
Let me just say one thing. Where let me go back to her real quick, where she said that men need to be advised and they need to clean up and do all of these things. This is the thing. The reason why, and I'm not sitting up there saying that, guys out here don't need to, potentially do a little bit of changing and whatnot or whatever. But the reason why a lot of the guys, including even myself at certain points, while we basically still look the same, is because we're actually fine with the way that we look. We're not out here trying to specifically change because people tell us to change. We're not changing because the media or whoever else basically says like, yeah, this is the brand new fad, this is the thing to do, so you need to sit up there. We don't do that. We do it when it feels like, all right, this is the time, like Pokemon, when it's time to actually evolve, then we're going to sit up there and do it. If there's not a drastic or a dire need in a sense for it, like, to do something with like somebody's hair, it's like, all right, whatever. Potentially even the clothes. It's like if the clothes basically still fit and they're still decent, I'm still going to sit up there and wear them. That's not having a negative effect on anybody else's life or anything like that. Like, it's crazy to sit up there and say, I put it to you like this, right? It's crazy to say that men need to sit up there and change, but you got women out here that have the exact same hair as other women. So for me, I'm a little bit confused. Like, we're supposed to change so that we can show that we've evolved and that we're different, to basically separate us from either what we used to look like or to separate us from other men, to give us better chances of getting, whatever woman directly out there, right? But at the same time, you have other women that will decide that they're going to go get lipo, that they're going to go get breast augmentation, they're going to go get butt lifts or lip fillers, or they're going to get the exact same hair. They're going to do all of the exact same things as other women. And I've talked about before how you got women even on IG, these IG models. Everybody got the same keyhole type of belly button because they got that surgery. They all got the same hip ratio because they got that surgery. Breast augmentation. Everybody roughly looks the same because they got that surgery. Everybody got the same lips because they got that surgery. Everybody got the same type of like hairline and part because they're buying their hair from the exact same distributor. So it's like, for me, it's a little bit. Would the correct word be disingenuous? For me, I feel that it's wrong to try to tell somebody to change in order to be better when it's like you specifically changed in order to look like everybody else. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, to me, it's crazy. Like that makes no type of sense. Like I said, even with her presentation in this video, you're wearing a zipper type of thing showing cleavage. So you're trying to gather male attention, right? You got your makeup directly on, you got your lipstick, you got your eyelashes, you got your nails done, you got your hair. Again, all of this is to sit up there and get that type of male attention directly up out there, because you're trying to attract them directly to your content, when really your whole main thing was just to deliver a message. Like, she could have been, completely just in drapes and delivered the exact same message, but she knows that chances are very great that maybe her message would not really get seen because she doesn't look a certain type of way. But then within that message, who specifically are you trying to get directly towards? Because for me, just looking at her, I'm like, she's not the type to automatically go for nerds. I'm going to tell you that. Because like I said, like how some people want to sit up there and say that black dudes have a look when it deals with them, quote unquote, dating women of other races. You got women out here that got a look when they sit up there and date nerds and when they don't. Just saying. Just saying. Get Master said in response to the picture, he said, yes. Third said, needs to clean up the vocabulary. Question mark, really? Who does she want good dudes to sound like? Drill rappers? Yeah, like I said, I don't know. Like I said, usually if somebody is a nerd, like, usually they're pretty good, with some words. I'm not saying everybody, but I'm saying usually because people do study. Um, I think what was I good in at school that I love? I love science. I especially love geography. Like geography, that was geography and government. Those were my main goal, and especially art. Couldn't tell me nothing. Um, but yeah, usually people know how to speak. I want to say, you know. Sham said nerds tend to stick to what is mostly affordable and close since the hobbies are expensive. So when that happens, I just shop some deals for the nerd I'm with. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you, Shan, for bringing it up because I forgot about that. Like, if you got a nerd and he's like a PC gamer, let me let you know something. That nerd is going to put thousands of dollars into that PC. He's not going to put thousands of dollars into his wardrobe because that's not what he cares about. His main love, his main hobby, or whatever it is probably like gaming, either console or PC, or maybe even both. Maybe it's directly into an entertainment center, or maybe it's into like statues or figures, right? Stuff like that, stuff that is at home, that's within that realm, that kingdom is his thing that he's building. So that's where money will tend to sit up there and go. It's not going to go so much into fashion or different things because it's like, hey, we can care less about that as long as I can get up and the clothes are decent and I'm able to perform and do what it is I need to do. That's all that matters. Like I said, all the other type of stuff is performative for other people. Like realistically, because like I said, what's going to happen. Like if everybody knows if you happen to go get, let's say for guys, if you get a haircut or whatnot or whatever, what's going to happen. You already know that people are going to be looking at you different. You have some eyes directly on you. But it's like at the end of the day, if you decided to get a haircut, you got it specifically for you. You weren't getting it because, oh, this is going to sit up there and help me pull women. Nah, that ain't never been a thing. It's like it's whatever it is. This is why you'll see dudes for like the last 10, 15 years have the exact same hairstyle because they don't care. They're not trying to really attract anybody like that in a sense. It's more so just them just moving their life. If they happen to attract somebody, then they happen to attract somebody. If they don't, then they don't. But if they are, going for somebody, they're going to more so put out their, themselves out there versus whatever image that somebody would technically want to see. Because they will go more so, I guess you could say, off the personality versus, that whole thing. Um, Justice said, I love nerds and intelligent men. The reason Wait, I'm confused. You said I love nerds and intelligent men. And I guess you're saying that this is the reason that you're still single because you can't find that, I guess. I mean, that's out there. So it's like it wouldn't be too difficult to find. I would have to ask what areas are you going specifically into to try to find, what it is that you're looking for, you know? Wait, so why is this not showing? I'm a little bit confused on that one. Let me try to refresh. Okay, so that's just not working. It makes no sense. I can't even tell. Wait, so which one is this? Yeah, I don't know why. Shout out to the 29 viewers. Yo, for any wait, which wait, I'm confused. What? Hold on, let me try to look at this real quick because that just threw me for a loop real quick. Okay, now I can see it. Okay, okay. Um, because I'm trying to see something real quick. Trying to see something. 'Cause they got to sit up here and go like left and right on different sides of the what's the name. Yeah, so let me go back. Where's the lady at? Who was that? That was Justice. Wait, I'm a little bit confused right here. Hold on. I'm a little bit confused. My bad. I'm not responding to the comments real quick. I'm trying to find something because I think maybe I didn't spot it. Because I'm trying to figure. I'm like, if you can't, as a woman, if you can't find like the intelligent or like the nerdy type of guy, I'm like, where are you specifically going to look? Because there's a variety of places that you can go. I mean, you wouldn't have a hard time. Let me tell you. I can sit up and tell you, wouldn't have a hard time sitting up there trying to get a nerdy or attractive dude. Like, well, you don't really got Funko Land or a old school Funko Land Babbage's. GameStop ain't really popping like that. Um, I mean, if for justice, if you are a gamer, if you're a woman that's into gaming, either PC or console, right there, that's one area. You also got conventions like comics, like Comic Cons. You got Morphicon and all of these other like there are areas specifically where nerds are located, or black nerds are located. There are specific areas. Um, and you also got like the tech field. You got different areas like depending on what state that you're in, different hubs dealing with that. Like let's say CES. It should be that's normally held like in Vegas, where it deals with like a lot of technology and all that other type of. Like I said, nerds everywhere, nerds everywhere. Mr. Master said it's not even guaranteed that a woman even likes you because you dress a certain way, and that's facts. That's facts. Even cleaning up before, that didn't automatically mean that I was gonna, get, the girl or whatever that I was interested in. Might have got a compliment that you wasn't specifically looking for, but that didn't automatically mean that you was going to get the girl. You will still get shot down. so, so it'd be like that. Game Dog said, "Amen." Thought I said as Seji, she is who I'm talking about when I said females want a good dude with a criminal record. Oh, you talking about the one in the blue? Kim Masters said, "I would make the argument that women are trying to compete against other women." I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. Mr. Masters also said that older women trying to outdress younger women. Y'all noticed that? I mean, yeah, that has happened. I'm like, it'd be like that. Kurt Swift, what is up? He said, "Men do not care about all of the fake stuff." You can say this 99 different times, but then you'll look online and you'll see women preaching to other women, telling other women that, hey, this is all men care about. Like it was at one moment in time where I remember some years back where women were getting online talking about that the reason that they get BBLs is because this is what men like, this is what they're attracted to, and this is all they tell women. I'm like, what men are you talking about? Because you're talking about a certain section of guys who are attracted and interested with that. Every dude is not sitting up there looking for a woman that has like a butt the size of like a Cadillac or something. Like I don't know. I don't know the examples to sit up and give you, or being shaped like a wisdom tooth or something. I don't know. I don't know. Sham says some of these people target vulnerable men to make a buck because they know they tend to have trouble with the opposite sex. That's true. Brother Carl said, "Nah, she's right. Looks like I got to be a person, altering machine like Steve Urkel and become Stefan." It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Steve said, "That's a lie." At Curtis Swift. Third said, "Makeup don't even match her skin tone." That it's because I'm not sure if it might be because of she got some hair directly up there, but I see what you're saying. It's like it's a little bit, it's different areas. I know what you're talking about. Pastor said, "Who is this random person?" Sam said, "Art, science, biology, and writing were my subjects. LOL. I'm a nerd and I do date nerds. I do not date outside nerds too much." Pastor said, call my hand military style. I don't even go to the ball shop. They charge too much after the pandemic. You meant to say I come on. Oh, okay. You cut your own hair military style. I got you. Yeah, I come on hair too. Like, yo, the any man directly about here knows that when it deals with these barbershops, like these prices don't even make sense. Like I understand where women got to pay a lot of money because there is work there, hair washing, you got to do the install and do all this. I get that, right? When it deals with barbers, dog, you just moving the blade like around, like from asking for a lineup or something, it shouldn't be $50, brother. Like, what are we talking about? It's like what are these prices? I'm like, they're trying to like charge as if they're dealing with like the rich or celebrities or something. I'm like, dog, you're a normal barber, like somewhere in the neighborhood or the hood. Like, why are you trying to get up to $100? Like, dog, I'm about to sit up there and send some of these young dudes to barber school or something. So we can get these prices down. Like, yo, it's crazy. Like I said, this is why a lot of dudes are just cutting their hair at home. And a lot of barbers, like they know they don't have the customers that they used to because they doing it to themselves. Like I said, they're gonna end up pricing themselves out and go into extinction. Like I said, it's on them. LBC said women pick the same guy, but then they cry. Sham said, justice, you can find nerds where they love. Like you're not finding nerds in a bar, you'll find them in online games, Comic Cons, anime expos, card expos. I forgot about the card expos, competitions, or science type of stuff. Bars. LBC said, no, that's their politically correct view. In reality, they just mean they like the same guy that they've always dated. He said, just think about the boy who cried wolf. I want to say insatiable, but is that insatiable? I think it is. But my name said women like bad boys. Sham said, LOL, they be wanting $100 for a haircut that you just shaping up. You're not doing no art, no nothing. Yep. And that's why I stopped going to the barbershop. I'm like, prices, hey, pockets ain't that deep. My name said, women said that they want a tall man, but have a problem with us wanting a natural woman. Why we can't have what we like. Hey, Miss Joyce, what is up? What is up? What's up? You said I'll pay for it and show up every 6 months, $45 per haircut. Okay. So let's continue.
Presenting yourself to these women so that they find you attractive.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but get with a nerd, okay? My dad used to say nerds are the ones that make all the money, which in theory is true, but it's not even about the money. If you want to live a happy life, a fulfilled life, a worry-free life. See, girls be out here, oh my God, he might be out cheating, blah, blah, blah. No. Mans is over here building a Lego set. Mans just be watching shows, documentaries, Star Wars. No worries. And they're funny. They're smart. Date the nerd.
This is what I tell my single girlfriends. You gotta date a man, even marry a man that's got a little nerd in him. And what I'm
But it's not even about the money. If you want to live a happy life, a fulfilled life, a worry-free life. See, girls be out here, oh my God, he might be out cheating, blah, blah, blah. No. Mans is over here building a Lego set.
So I had to rewind it real quick, eat my chips. But this is what I talk about where a lot of this content is just performative because the main distracting thing to me, again, she's giving a message. I'm looking at the way that she's dressed. Barely any type of makeup, anything like that, looking pretty normal. But the thing that's throwing me off is the fact that she keeps looking around. I'm like, are you reading a script? Do you have ops? Are you okay? Because I'm like, why do you keep looking around and moving as you're talking? I'm like, I'm looking at the couch in the background. So I'm like, you have to be at home. So I'm like, you can't be like just like awkward and weird directly on camera. It doesn't even really make sense because you're in your own personal space, like somewhere where you feel comfortable. So I'm like, what is this right now? And you're talking about that it's not even really about the money. Women care about security. You're not going to sit up and tell me that it's not about the money. You literally listed that, dudes out here, doing whatnot or whatever. And you can listen to other women on social media basically talk about that a guy has to have money. He has to have this. He has to have that. all this other type of stuff, and then now magically, nah, you can deal with a dude that's like that really don't got nothing, or like I said, man, all this is performative. It's a very nice grift, I guess. I guess they quite a few of them stand to make something off of this. Again, nerds are not flocking to these videos. I just want people to understand this. They're not flocking to these videos. So they're making these women are making these videos in order to speak to other women, in order to get other women again to their platform and to their content. Again, it has nothing to really do about the guys. They're just talking about it because it's something that they see other women doing, and it must be popular enough where they can speak about it and get a little bit of attention from doing it. Crazy work. But let me try to move that a little bit further. So I got the captions. I forgot to turn the volume up on this next video. My apologies, but I do have the captions. I'm going to listen very intently. So you may have to turn up the volume on the next woman with the baseball cap because it's low for whatever reason.
Date the nerd.
This is what I tell my single girlfriends. You gotta date a man, even marry a man that's got a little nerd in him. And what I mean by that is a man that's about his business, a businessman, okay? Who's got morals and character about himself, hold himself to a higher standard than a lot of people. He just not just anywhere, just hanging out just with anybody and anywhere, you know. He cares about his reputation. He got a good name for himself out in the community. People know him as being a good person, a leader, a man with a little nerd in him. That's what I call it, okay? He still got swag about him. He's still sexy as hell. But he ain't a street man. He ain't a thug, okay? He ain't a 40 or 50-year-old man still being called Nug Nug, Pookie, Ray Ray, Main Main, you know. Sometimes you got to leave them men with them nicknames. I don't know. Sometimes you got to leave them alone because sometimes, I'm not going to say all of them, but a lot of them do have kind of just negativity just on their back. Them street names, okay, that they should have let go a long ass time ago. Get you a man with a little nerd in him. Get you a man when he come home from a long day and he is on his phone. He looking at the stats. He looking at football scores, basketball scores, okay? Because that's what he's into. On his laptop, he looking at worldly affairs, you know, things that's going on in the world. He might know a little bit about stocks, bonds, trading, banking, you know, a little nerd. But it's good. It's a good thing, right? Get you a man where when you go out places, he can talk to anybody, have conversations with anybody, because he can get along, and he kind of, you know, people gravitate to him because they see something good in him. That ain't gonna happen with a lot of these thug men that a lot of women like to date because of the swag and the thrill of whatever they got going on. These boys, I call them, you got to leave those alone. So, you know, you can't take Nug Nug to the Christmas ball with you. You have to leave him at home, you know. Christmas is near and y'all have your little parties going on and you want to.
Let me just pause it real quick. I'm looking at this woman and I'm looking at the confidence and how it is that she's speaking. And even though I'm not within the exact same proximity, the eye contact is there. She's not all over the place. She's looking. She's very direct. There is an intent in everything that she's basically saying, which leads me to think that she is talking from experience. When she's talking about like, hey, you know, a lot of these street dudes, you know, we got to leave them alone, and you know, the ones especially with the names and this and that and all. I'm like, it sounds very much so that you're talking from a type of experience that can only be there if you've dated and been around these dudes. Sounds like somebody that's trying to be born again. Because I didn't know that being like somebody knowing about stocks and bonds and finances and things dealing with politics, I didn't know that was a nerd. That's what how I what are we doing here? What do we like? no, doing stocks, that's not even a nerdy thing. That has to do with that's finances. That's a whole nother area. Whole nother area. Like being able to trade, stocks, having 5 different screens up, and that's not for me. I don't consider that nerdy in a sense. Just saying. Yeah, okay, all right.
Have your little conversations with your friends. You're drinking on a little something, and you're talking about this and that, and you embarrassed because Nug a street dude. So you got to be like, oh, girl, I'll call y'all. I'll see y'all next week. Come on, Nug. And you got to go on and carry him out by his hands because don't nobody want to know about thug life. Don't nobody want to know about who Nug done robbed back in 1982. That's going to be what this conversation is about. Not much. He don't know much. He ain't about much. Take Michael. Take Daniel. Take Richard. Robert. Raymond. Take that man to the ball with you, and then you won't be embarrassed. Okay? Get you a man with a little nerd in him. Get you a man, and when he come home and at the end of the day, after working all day, he got his feet up. He rubbing toes. He rubbing backs. He got his feet up. You popping popcorn, cooking him a nice meal or whatever. Y'all talking about y'all day.
Okay, in my mind, I feel like she's talking about two different races of guys here, and I'm not even going to go directly off the names. It seems as though, right, she's talking about the street dudes, but then when she's talking about get you a dude that knows about stocks, political, worldly stuff, and all this like other type of stuff, and rah 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 rah. I'm like, it really seems as though she's like, all right, leave those black dudes alone and go directly over to these white dudes. If you want to go to a ball, because again, you want to take those other dudes that I just listed. You ain't trying to take that thug. You ain't trying to take that black dude there. Get you one of these other dudes directly over here and take him directly to that ball. It's amazing how slick people try to get directly on these internet streets. It's amazing. And I thought that people are just supposed to date who it is that they fit directly with or who it is that they are interested in, but here we are. But again, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into it because I'm so used to hearing this other type of content out here.
Little wine going, he's supportive. He listened to you. Nug, he gonna just be, honey, out in the streets with his friend, posted up, hanging out somewhere where he ain't got no business. Okay, calling you because he need a ride somewhere because somebody done dropped this off. Just boys, I call them. Get you a man with a little nerd in him, and y'all know what I'm talking about when I say that. So don't get on my video, girl, nothing, because you know what the hell I'm talking about. Get you a man with a little nerd in him.
So you don't want somebody that's just see, this is the problem. You don't want somebody that's fully just like a nerd or geek or whatnot or whatever. You like this is the problem. So you got women out here that say that they want like a nice dude, but they still want him to be, let's say, like Tupac or something. They still want him to be like Young Boy. They still want him to technically be like problematic. And the reason why that is because you got a lot of women out here, they consider guys who are just like nice or nerdy. Normally, most women consider those guys to be boring because ain't nothing really happening. And a lot of women like to, in a sense, always wonder. I guess you could sit up there and say they need a dude that's going to keep them up at night. Where it's like they're always on their toes, like, oh, like, are you talking to, this woman and da da da, or where you been, where you going on, like chaos, for lack of a better word. Not really the toxicity, but chaos. I guess that does fit within the chaos as well. But anyways, like I said, this is this weird type of behavior. So again, it's different from what women will speak directly on versus the actions of dating. So the previous woman, because she listed like 1982, a woman of this generation is not going to sit up there and specifically list somebody who is in their 40s. Again, when you look at the younger generation, they're not going to be talking about dudes who are 40s. They're going to be dealing with dudes in their age range from somewhere, if they're in their 20s, somewhere from 20s to early 30s. That's what they're going to talk about. They're not listing nobody from like 1982. So that gives you an age range of how old that woman was and what specifically she was speaking directly from and who she was specifically speaking about, because she dated every guy that she was talking about. When it dealt with like the street dude, she dated those. She was probably recently in a relationship with one of those dudes, probably some years prior, before she started getting on social media. But now she want to get up here as a born again woman and talk about like, yo, stop sitting up there like just strictly dating those dudes. If you're gonna date a street dude that's also a nerd. What? So you want him to be smarter instead of him just being about crime. You want him to be smart about crime. You want him to be a part of like Batman's rogue gallery where he's making like blueprints of the bank. And he's going to like have like a connect set, and he's going to like use some robotics and a drone to go in there and to get some information so that he doesn't have to be hands-on with the thievery, when it gets the information of the bank. Like, woo, come on now. Come on. Like, this is wild. This is wild. Sham said, oh yeah, she got experiences dealing with Nug Nug. Brother Carl said, yeah, Nug Nug did a number on her because she keeps mentioning that name. Yeah, because every time she said Nug Nug, she was thinking back. She was like, yeah, Nug Nug, he was just, putting me directly into that mattress. It's like, yeah, Nug Nug. Right. She kept mentioning that, but then she was like, yeah, but Nug Nug left me disappointed. Nug Nug never wanted to get married. Nug Nug was never consistently there, and he had multiple women. And then, like I said, she was going through it while specifically speaking on this. But again, she was focused. Eye contact was directly there. Sam said she don't got experience dealing with a nerd, though. That is facts. LBC said, ha. Brother Carl said, yep, some of these women want the love and hip-hop type of drama. Yeah. Like I said, a lot of women say that they don't want toxicity, but that's the main thing that, keeps them moving or keeps them interested directly in that guy. Like I said, case in point, this is why Future got, like 12 kids or something like that? So, yes, Sam. Mary said, what video was this? It is a video specifically speaking on how women out here are grifting. And basically telling other women that this is the season to get a nerd. Not that they actually genuinely want a nerd or like nerds. This is just the season because they're tired of dealing with the same standard issued nonsense that they deal with because they tend to pick the same guys. So now they want to just go over to something else different up until they get bored with that, and then they're back to the streets. That's pretty much it. Jarvis, what is up? He said, one of the Legion of Doom guys. Yeah, bars. Back at the Legion of Doom. The Super Friends. It's like, yeah. Yo, it's crazy out here. Yo, it is hilarious. Third Eye said basically she wants Marvel's Kingpin. Yeah, that's facts. Sham said, LOL, and the crazy part, them type of guys still beat the mess out of you and will take your life because they're dangerous. They live a risky life, what makes you think your life ain't at risk. Oh, bars. Straight bars. What was it? Steven said facts, Team Hype TV. What was that? What was it? Team Hype said black women are cosplaying as white women, and white women are cosplaying as black women. It'd be like that. The world is upside down. The world is upside down. Third said these women in the videos say that they don't want struggle love, but I can't count how many women I've seen walking with dudes who can't afford a bus pass. Yeah, I've seen that too, and I'm like, that's wild. That is 1,000% wild. I'm like, yeah, it's like, so you got dudes with cars that have decent jobs and everything like that, but they're boring. But then those same women who say that they want something different, they would bow down and be with the dude who got nothing. And then get online and start making videos talking about like, oh, we need to move away and get away from this struggle love, and we need to stop dealing with the guys who barely got anything. I mean, but you selectively choose those guys because as a lot of women say, they want to get um what is it? F5'd or Chris Benoit into a mattress. I like I said, I don't know. I forgot the terminology specifically. It eludes me. But yeah, it's crazy out here. I'm not sure why I said Chris Benoit, but whatever. It's close enough. It's it's close enough. Or pedigreed. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff, a lot of different references. Pink said Nug Nug was banging out the lace front. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And that I forgot it was a video that I had that would have matched up really with this. And I forgot, but Pink, that's also I would keep making a reference when we talk about videos like this on why specifically you have, because of the quote unquote stereotype of why a lot of women tend to pick up on the other guys. It was a comedian. Her name was like Don't Call Me a White Girl. And she made a joke basically stating that I think somebody was like married in the crowd, and she was saying that the reason why women go for the bad guys is because they of how it is in the bedroom that the street dude is. That when they do stuff, they don't do it as if they actually love and care about you, right? They basically trying to murder you, right? But then she was like, "Oh, so you're married? So you're with a guy. He loves you. He cares about you. He does things safely. And I'm like, wow. That's crazy. Well, that's some wild work. I mean, that's not specifically true, but I mean, whatever, whatever works out for people directly out there. If you need your ovaries, rearranged and deflated, and the kidney basically shifted. I mean, hey, it be like that. Like I said, ain't no hate over here. Glory to the winner. All I'm sitting over there saying is, it's crazy. How those folks get online and start trying to say that all men are trash. After they didn't got what they wanted, but they couldn't get like everything. Now all guys are trash. It's crazy work. It is crazy work. Jarvis said LMAO. Brother Carl sit up here laughing at Pink's comment. Sam said, want a Legion of Doom guy. Don't even know who the Legion of Doom is out here. Yeah, that's crazy. That's bars. That's bars. So now we're gonna go to a another person directly out here and see what she got to say.
If this is the only advice you take from me, I will be very happy. I'm here to persuade you.
I'm just gonna say this right now, because I forgot. Lord, because I hear like a Valley Girl type of thing right now, which is crazy to me. So we're gonna deal with I forgot the character that Stacey Dash basically played in Clueless. So you got like in a sense, sound wise, a Hillary Banks Clueless type that's going to speak on nerds. And when I hear her voice, I'm like, I know she's not talking about black guys. Now I could be wrong. There's a 1 to 5% chance. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm just gonna put it out there. 1 to 5%. 1 to 5%. But I am still a betting man that she is not talking about a black guy. But let's go into it.
To date the smart, the nerdy guys. I know they're not like the bad boys, the boys that are going to be in the section with the bust down on and the 5 teens and whatever. But I'm going to give you 5 reasons why you should talk to them. Number 1, smart guys are always loyal. For example, my fiance, he's been using the same barber for 15 years, and he's been a Jets fan since 1997. I don't know what that means to you, but to me, that means a lot, because no matter how, like, these, like, barbers have evolved so much, and he still goes to the same barber from when he was in college. And also, the Jets literally lose, like, almost every single game, and he's still a fan of theirs. And also, just in general, been so loyal to me. Never seen him do anything, never caught him do anything. Again, I don't believe in going through phones, but never had to worry about that. Number 2, they are problem solvers, literally. From everyday stuff to just, like, tech stuff. Like, for example, I have a 2025 Mercedes, and for some reason, somehow I ran out of gas that's on me. And I ran out of gas, leaving our neighborhood, basically. He stopped his deposition he had with his client and immediately went to the gas station with like the little red jug thing, filled it up with gas, came back, filled my gas up. And then I was able to make my nail appointment on time because that was very important to me. And then also when we were long distance, he hired movers to come and pack all of my stuff in my apartment, to drive my stuff down to Florida where we moved to. And also just if anything ever happened, right? Like if my TV broke, he bought me a new TV, got that mounted. I complained about just like, oh, like, I'm so tired of like cleaning, got me a cleaner that would come every week, like just things like that, just very thoughtful, very like intentional. And also just like, I feel like it's just like they're not full of drama, right? Like my man would literally rather spend his time with me than with anybody else. And he tells me that like verbatim. For example, if they're going to the club, I'm going to the club with him. If it's all the boys there, I will be the only girl. Not because I asked, but because he wants me to be there. He's literally like, why would I not bring you? You're gonna be the hottest one in the club anyways. And honestly, yeah, another thing is taught me how to golf just so I could golf with him. Also on guys trips, this man will FaceTime me in the club. Like that is how like no drama, so loyal and just like so sweet and endearing. Love it. Also like just very passionate. Like when they love something, they're like all in, and that energy like really does show up in relationships. Like for me, for example, for our relationship, he plans all of our trips. All he does is just send me like what to wear. Like, hey, pack a mid-skirt dress, pack bikini, pack athleisure, pack etc. etc. And then when I go on the trip, everything's a surprise. I'm just like told what time to be ready, and that's it. Like he has the itinerary in his head that he has put together for us, and it's always chef's kiss. Like this man has taken me on like an espresso martini tour in Tampa just because like I was like on this espresso martini kick, and he surprised me. He was like, hey, I got a surprise for you. And it was like 6 different spots that like specialize in espresso martinis. It was like the best experience ever. What else? He also waits for me to get my food before he eats, even at home. At restaurants, it doesn't matter how long it takes, he'll wait. And I don't know if this is just like cheesy, but like he kisses my hands. Like he'll like grab my hand, like just like kisses it, and I just think that's so sweet. And he helps me in and out of my seat at dinner. But he did do Jack and Jill, so all this stuff is just like embedded in him. I just love it so much. And then also like last but not least, but I feel like they really do think long term. Like I met this man in June. He flew me to his beach house 2 weeks later. And then on that trip, he's like, hey, I want you to come to Thanksgiving with my family. Mind you, this is like, we're in June, like June or early July, one of the two. I'm like, okay. And then 2 months after that, or like right after Thanksgiving, he flies my mom and his mom up to New York so they can meet each other. We can have a weekend together. He pays for the flights, for the hotels, for everything. And this man has just been so intentional since the beginning. And I just think that dating like these smart, intentional men is just like so important. And I know that you want to date the man in the club who got you like this in the club, choking you. But like, there's like nothing better than having a man where you're around him. You don't even have to open Google. I could ask this man anything and he knows the answer to it. And if he doesn't know, he's going to find it out. This man has read the dictionary 3 times. So I'm constantly learning. I don't want to date anyone that I can't learn from. And I feel like all I do is learn from this man. And not in a way where he's mansplaining, but in a very healthy way, which I love and I trust him like deeply. So yeah, if you don't take any advice from me, take that advice. Date the nerdy, the smart guy. I'm talking about the engineers, the dentists, the doctors, the attorneys. What else? The finance bros, the finance bros, yep. The guys that watch anime, like he has anime tattoos on his forearms, like those guys. Those are the ones you should be talking to.
I'm just gonna say that as a betting man, I am 100% correct. 100% correct. I listened to everything that she basically stated, and in my mind, I went through who it is that I know that she's talking about. She talking about meeting him very quickly and then automatically seeing the parents. Whole thing about marriage with intent, right? The stereotype that people want to sit up there and use against black men. Like, oh, you know, black guys don't sit up there and marry with intent, all that type of stuff. Then talked about how polite he was, kissing her hands and stuff. Now, I've sat up there and remembered videos on social media where women said that was corny. Like, you know, the chivalry, all that other type of stuff. Like, it was corny. So this is how I know that she has to be, again, a 1 to 5% chance that I could be incorrect. But listening to the whole conversation and how she was just hyping that up and listening how he was doing everything for her, and she didn't list one thing that she was doing for him, I know she's talking about a white dude. I heard the golfing. I heard the beach house. I think she might have even mentioned the yacht clubs, all this other type of stuff. Yeah. And then she was like, yeah, date the nerdy guys. She means nerdy white guys. Because in comparison, she said like, yeah, you know, the guys with the bust down. It's like, even hearing her trying to describe certain things, it just sounds wrong. I'm like, why even talk? Because I'm like, I know you're not talking about no white dudes like wearing like a bust down, like a watch and chains. And I'm like, no, you ain't sitting up here talking about no white dudes. Man, come on now. Man, it's not even enough white rappers out here. Not even white boys in the NBA that sit up there and dress like that. So I'm like, I know you talking about somebody, but I'm like listening to her. I'm like, yeah, even if she was with a black guy, I by her voice, I can tell you it wasn't gonna last long. I can just tell you. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Micho, what is up? You said, bro, she's just dating a dude for his money and she likes to worship. I mean, it'd be like that. I mean, she found somebody who that basically benefits her 100%. Because at no point in time out of that long video of her fast talking, I never heard her state what she specifically does for him. She listed that he does everything. He done set up there and sent movers. He didn't help her directly with the car, the whole thing with the chair. He's giving her a whole bunch of like information, basically investing in her and all this other. Yeah, I haven't heard her say nothing. She never hyped anything that she does. It's as if she does nothing. And I'm like, that's wild to me. But hey, whatever works for folks. Whatever works for folks. Monique said, definitely. Marcel said, dude was clearly Cherokee. That's crazy. Shem said, probably the boob job as well. Highly possible. Steve said, the black woman is not looking for you productive black men. Shem said, I'm old school, you dating dudes, and off the bat, asking for favors. Just what is up? We said, what about the guy that watches anime? I mean, that gets added in there too, But then, if somebody's serious, if a woman is serious, they'll be like, do you watch dub or sub? When people want to start separating stuff, and that starts wars. That conversation starts wars. Let me tell you. Mitchell said it's a narcissistic mentality that she has. Just said, what about the women that watch makeup tutorials for guys from guys? Hey, however it works, Aaron. You know what? I don't got nothing. I don't got nothing to say. It's however folks decide to do stuff out here.
Anime, like he has anime tattoos on his forearms, like those guys. Those are the ones you should be talking to.
Wait, what did Sham say? Sham said, like it's weird to me that you asking people for stuff that you barely know. Then I'm gonna think that you're weird for giving it to me. Here is the next one.
I like nerds.
Also, I wanna say this again. Remember how I sat up there and told y'all before how seemingly that you got women out here that's changing. They say that they change for the better, but yet it's as if everybody has the exact same hair, like they came from the exact same family. It's wild work out here. I'm just saying, if people are supposed to be, like I said, for me, if people go back and look at images of black women in the 2000s, you had all different selective hairstyles. You had women with like the fades with the design. You had women with like the Bantu type of knots. You had women with like fusion like types of braids. You even had like the whole like yarn thing that was happening where they would have like the yarn basically braided in to give it like a color streak and different stuff like that. The hair dyes and like I said, it was a variety of different styles. Like you didn't have multiple black women pretty much looking the same in this time frame right now. Again, just looking through the video, just saying. But let's keep going.
Like y'all can have Mr. Cool Guy, Mr. Think He the Prize, Mr. All Eyes on Him, Mr. Flashy, Mr. Hey, can you take this picture of me? Mr. Gotta be the loudest in the room, Mr. Want everybody to see him. I like a man that is quiet. Like, I truly do believe that the loudest man in the room is the weakest man in the room. Give me a quiet man that can sit and play the back. He don't have to say too much, but you feel his presence. You know he there. You know what I'm saying? He just don't have to do too much, but you know that he there. You know what I'm saying? Keep a man that think he the prize far away from me.
Okay, I'm almost embarrassed to admit
You know he there.
I've, it's like every single time I hear these folks out here saying like keep those dudes away from them, those are the main dudes that they always consistently attract and that they go for. Nowhere on anything that she is saying leads me to believe that she dates nerds. I've never seen it. The way that she looks, I've never seen it. Like I said, somebody has to explain. I put it to you like this, right? If women like this automatically dated nerds, where were these folks back in high school? High school and middle school, where were these same folks at? Because nobody's going to sit up there and tell me like, it took them like, 15, 20, whatever years to basically wisen up. And now this is what they're on. Nah. That don't make sense. Because if you like something, you like something. If a kid likes broccoli, he likes broccoli. Right? If somebody likes pizza, they like pizza. If somebody likes sushi, they like sushi. They're not just come on, man. When people got favorite things directly out here, that is going to be their favorite thing from now up until the end of time. That's all I'm saying. If these women right now are talking about like, hey, they like nerds, where they at and all that, yo, where were y'all at in high school? You could have been had nerds were the easiest thing to find in high school. It was impossible for you not to find them and to not see them. Where were you at? What specific, function or whatever that you were going to that you made sure that nerds weren't there? Because if you go to parties, yeah, nerds are not going to be there. If you're going to like these outings where everybody else is like acting a straight fool, yeah, nerds are not going to sit up there and be out there. If you're trying to be in the presence of the cool kids or the semi-popular people, yeah, nerds are not going to be out there and they're not going to be seen. Like I said, where were these folks at? If these women right now are talking about like, hey, go get your nerd and da, where were y'all at? Because y'all could have been snatched up nerds years ago. But then now what's happening, just like we've seen in the comment section, is that you got folks talking about like, oh, well, just because they're nerds doesn't mean that they're not toxic, doesn't mean that they're not violent, doesn't mean that I'm like, man, just can't nothing. Like there's no good out here. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me just highlight this, right? Because I wanted to highlight this early. And these were some of the comments from one of the previous videos that I gave to you guys. I think it was the girl in the blue zip up, right? So let me see if I can pull up the comments for myself so I can read them. So one woman at the very top, one woman said that they're often only good guys because they have to be, not because they genuinely are, and that mask slips eventually. This is what I be talking about. So it's like you got women out here saying that they're looking for good guys or that they want good guys, and then the same women are like, well, oh, good guys don't actually exist. They're not really good. They're good for show. And then once they finally get you, you get to see who it is that they really are. Dog, come on, man. Like this is why a lot of women, they be failing in relationships and basically and also attracting the men that they want because of dumbassery like this. You're not going to sit up there and be able to state one thing and then give two options and think that you're going to get the best option. That's not how that works. You're not even consistent in how it is that you speak about men. So how do you think that the universe is going to consistently give you what it is that you feel that you deserve when you don't even realistically know what it is that you deserve by the words that you use? What are we doing out here? What are we doing? Like, this is crazy. Other person, and that woman has 43 comments. I didn't feel like seeing the foolishness. I already knew it was foolishness. So woman underneath that, she said, I'm extremely wary of nerds because they're honestly just as bad, especially if they're attractive. Brother, Jesus Christ. Like I said, Cam, so, and let me just put it like this. These folks right here are just talking about black dudes. I'm just going to be honest. It's a 1 to 5% chance that I'm incorrect. But these folks right here are just talking about black dudes. We're just talking about black dudes. Because I never heard women say anything like this of men of other races that are there. I've never heard it. Never heard it. Next after that, got another person that said she basically just said that she don't want to date good guys because of other men. Yeah. That was one of the smartest people directly in that comment section. And that was dealing with the girl with the blue zip up. Another person said, as someone who is a hood nerd, is what the hell is What? Brother. Oh. Oh my God. People just coming up with like new words now. It's like no, I done grew up in the hood. I would never sit up there and say I'm a hood. I'm just a nerd, dog. It's nerd, geek, whatever. I don't whatever. Whatever. I guess people gotta do, anything to be different, I guess. Uh this person said as someone who is a hood nerd, it's not like black women don't date nerds. The nerds just want, I guess I guess he's saying like the nerds just want the same women that want hood guys without the swag of the hood. Okay. Whatever statement that person was trying to create, I guess I'm just looking at foolishness right now. All right. Underneath that, another person said, so we're blaming good black men for the trauma received from the toxic dudes that they chose. It's like y'all really believe good men are cleanup men. Y'all are wild. Y'all want all good men to be this unicorn, but had no requirements for the toxic men. Yeah. And when you call women out for that, people want to sit up there and still try to blame men. It's like, well, if men weren't such liars and stuff, we wouldn't be deceived. But I'm like, I thought that women knew what deceivers look like. I thought that because I've heard, I remember that this was, and I told women this before. I'm like, if you say this online, it's not going to fare too well in the future because people are going to use it. We're here in the future, present day, 2026. Way back a few years, not more than a few years ago, within like 10 plus years, there were women online sitting up here saying, when the question was posed online, guys would go around and was like, yo, women, who are the better liars, men or women? They were like, women. They were like, who are the better cheaters, men or women? And they were like, women. And I'm like, for women to go out there and say that, you got to be stupid. Now, it's one thing if you're being like honest, just basically telling information, but it's another thing to say that and to be proud of it. That's the stupidest thing. And every time I heard this conversation, women were proud. They were like, "Yeah, we got that trophy. Yeah, yeah, we the best at cheating because we can hide this and we can do this and we're great deceivers and da 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 da. And people just don't know and rah rah rah." I'm like, "Yeah, this ain't gonna work too well. It ain't gonna work too well. And it's gonna be used against you." It's going to be used against you. So this is why I sit up here and say that I can't believe when women are sitting up here telling me that they are getting deceived by men. Women have said for the longest time possible that men are stupid. Men are not smart. Men are not intelligent. Men do not know how to hide. Men cannot sit up there and properly cheat because everything is always found out and da da. So again, I can't believe that women be getting deceived. It's impossible because we are not the best cheaters. We are not the greatest liars. Liars. It is women. Women have gone online and said this. So it's like, how are you really being deceived by men? If you're being deceived by men, then you're just stupid. Wouldn't that be a fair statement? If men are supposed to be the dumb ones and women are supposed to be the smart ones, it would seem as though that the real dumb ones are the ones being deceived. I'm just saying. I'm saying people can take it how they take it. I'm just going by the things that women are basically stated directly online. So just saying. Just saying. Nightfall, what is up? You said she's full of it, cuz if she was telling the truth, she would have been married since high school to the nerd that asked her out. Yeah, that's facts. You also said that she let Tyrone and the football team run through her, and now she wants to be a nerd. Crazy. What was it? Lena. Yo, Lena, what's up? You said you are a virgin. All right, shout out to you and your consistency. Shout out to you. Guapo, you said they never wanted attention. They never wanted to attend a D&D round table party. That's facts. That's bars. A lot of those women, they would never go out there LARPing. They would never go out there and do the whole role playing type of thing or cosplay and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, there were a lot of things that were going on, or even like after school stuff that nerds would basically. Let me put it to y'all like this, right? For after school, one of the security guards at my high school, shout out to Oak Park High. One of the security guards, whenever we wanted to basically just be in for a few hours versus being out, we had this after school like gaming type of thing in a music room where you have the one brother I would sit up and call Capcom Master because he was just that good at Capcom fighting games. You would have his brother who was good at Dance Dance Revolution, and then you would have some, some other guys directly out there, and it would just nothing. It would just be us guys directly in there, just playing like the game, just having fun. Like we're just sitting up here taking turns directly on a controller. It could be like Dance Dance. It could be some games on Dreamcast. You might have had like both the PS2 and the Dreamcast basically running, playing SNK versus Capcom 2, or maybe like some Street Fighter or whatnot or whatever, like, or Marvel vs. Capcom 2 as well. Like I said, dope stuff. And you even had like just a few of like some hood dudes directly, and you could tell the difference. Right. You can tell the difference between us, and you can tell the difference between a hood dude. The main thing that we had in common was that, we both played video games. And the main thing that, you would always know is that when it dealt with, at least during that time frame, if he was like a hood dude, it was like, you playing video games is like, hey, that ain't really it. You supposed to be, out here. You ain't supposed to be, in a house, video gaming and all this other type of stuff. So for me, that was dope and cool, the innocent see. And I'm like, dog, you should just like leave that other stuff and just, focus on, some stuff that's calm. And, in my mind, that's what I'm sitting up there thinking. But, that's just wishful thinking. But, it's whatever. But again, shout out to that black security guard. Shout out to that brother for, doing that directly for us and, trying to stave off any negative interactions of us just being out there, after the school bell rang and whatnot or whatever. So, I just wanted to, list that and give a shout out to that. Cause like I said, black guys don't really get any type of shout outs or thanks or anything like that. Cause a lot of people want to say, oh, black men don't protect and that was a form of protection. Even if it was just for a few hours, that was a few hours less than, we were out there in the streets. So, shout out to them, man. Let me go back. Nightfall said, no lies detected at Seji. Yo, Tippy, what is up? What is up? He said, hi, what did I miss? You missed everything, Tippy. Everything. Just go up, said facts. They're not talking about Tyler with the spiky hair. Yeah. You also have black dudes at a certain point in time, they might have been like goth. Like they was wearing all black, nail polish, the hair, piercings, all of that. You didn't sit up there and see none of those girls try to really flock towards that guy. I'll tell you who was flocking towards those black guys that was into like the goth and stuff like that. You have the white girls. And these are facts. I've seen this with my own two eyes. That when it dealt with, and I'm just going to specifically place it here, when it dealt with black dudes who were into like the whole goth scene and everything of that sort, black girls were not going in that direction at all. If it was tough for black dudes that are nerds, it is nil. You're not getting nothing. Black girls are not fluctuating towards you, sitting up there wearing all that stuff. Like I said, now the other girls of other races would be looking directly at that black dude though. And that's primarily what you would see those black dudes with. They would be with like everybody else that is of a other ethnicity because they would actually be open to how it is that dude is dressing. Just saying, just being honest. Like I said, I watched it myself. I seen you had the whole like goth clicking and everything of that sort. And I saw who those dudes basically attract, who came up to them, who was speaking to them, everything in the sort. And I looked at who was avoiding them on purpose. So, it's tough. Like I said, I seen it. I know exactly what you're talking about. Tippy said, what happened? Just talking about folks out here. You got women out here giving advice, trying to tell women to go for, the nerds. And when you look at these women, these are not the type of women that would normally automatically be going for nerds at all. So I'm calling straight cap. I'm calling lies, calling deceit. Nightfall said, that's a troll because it makes no sense. Yeah, that's facts. Baby doll, what is up? You said I was on another live that ended. I'm just passing through, but these women / girls sound like idiots as if they're perfect. They are a lot of great men out there. These girls are looking for sponsors. Oh, straight bars. 100%. 100%. And to take it to another extent, there was a woman, I don't have that video on me, but when I was going through videos online on X, there was a woman that was on stage and she was like, just to be frank, we're living in an age of modern day prostitution. And I had to think about that for a minute. I'm like, she is 1,000% correct. She's 1,000% correct, because when you listen to a lot of women on these podcasts, on these videos, they're always talking about, because they like to say that they don't want a man that leads with money. But then when they're speaking about men, they're always talking about the dude leading with money or being able to do everything and facilitate their needs. They want him to send them through college. They want him to send them on a yacht and pay for like all of their friends at dinner or for yachts or girls trips. They want him to pay for a vacation, to afford her a car, a condo, and all. I'm like, yo, for people who say that they are not prostitutes, there's a lot of prostitute talk that's happening here. I'm like, this is wild. This is wild. But like I said, this is the world that we live in. So this is why, again, we're at a point where women like this are talking about that they're looking for relationships or love, and it's like, nah, you're not really looking for that. You're disguising that, but realistically, what you want is just a bank. That's it. You don't want it. You could be working, but you're not trying to spend your own money. You want to do whatever you want to do with your own money as a last resort option, but realistically, you want somebody else to facilitate what it is. Like when I see women online talking about a guy, in order to be with her, he got to be able to give her like $50K a month. Whew, brothers, we're not doing that. We're not. You are smoking rocks. I'm like, no, $50K a month. I'm like, so are you able to do stocks? Are you good at gambling? Like what is the investment in a guy giving you $50K a month just to be with you? I'm like, for $50K a month, he might as well, have relations with multiple women and be paying child support and still having access to those women. He might as well be doing that. Why would he sit up there and give $50K to you? Why? Like, who do you think you are? Like, you're not even getting $50K a month from the job that you work. Why would you think that a guy is going to sit up there and pay you $50K a month just to show interest or just to show that he wants to be? Come on, dog. Delusion. That's wild. But I promise you, if you go back in a lot of these women's histories of the guys that they slept with for free, those dudes ain't never have anywhere close to $50K. They probably didn't even have 2 red nickels to even put together, to scrub together for heat. Like, it's wild out here. It is wild. Yep. But to Baby Doll, you are correct. Tibby said both can lie. Just said that they go to sleep with the mask on and they partner with a partner, and it is crazy. Oh, he's talking about the makeup. You also said that why you think they invest in skincare products, because the mask they wear to deceive gives them bad skin. That's crazy. Wow. Sam said, wait. Okay, you said I never like watching these self-help things by people. Like, people be out here giving out trash advice because they done messed up their life. Don't date nerds if you're not compatible with one. Bars. You also said that if you're into what he's into, then yeah, date him. Don't be dating people just because they're the safer option. Facts. All facts. Nightfall said, for all the cool kids in here, how many high school house parties did you see nerds at? Wait. Bars. Straight bars. I can't, as one of these nerds, I can't even sit up and tell you because I was never there. Anytime I even heard of it, first of all, I would hear of parties, and because you're not a part of that clique or whatnot, you ain't going to that party. You ain't getting no invite, and you better not just sit up there and randomly decide to show up, because people gonna be looking at you like a weirdo. Because like I said, man, for me, I'm very happy that I never wanted to like bend the knee to try to change or to be the quote unquote popular whatever it is, because then that'll be like an endless chase. And then you also see that a lot of those people that were popular that you idolized or whatever back in high school, they didn't really do much later on in life. Like, and that's the craziest thing. You would have thought that what people were doing in high school would have correlated to real life, and it doesn't. It doesn't. It's crazy. It's a life lesson though. That folks said bars to baby doll. D Love, what is up? What is up? Sitting up there laughing. Timmy said, guys don't like me, didn't like me in high school, so it's not just the boys. Tippy, we are not all live in this situation right now. I get what you're saying, but we ain't all live in this right now. Timmy, I was right there with you. Understand me, Timmy. But the main thing that we're talking about here is you don't have guys online talking about that, oh, we need to be in the season of dating female nerds. We date anybody. We will sit up there. If there is an interest there, there is an interest there. If there's not, there's not. Now, when it deals with like women making content like this is where we start having a problem, because at no point in time did you have women doing stuff like this trying to tell other women, oh yeah, go for the nerds. Yeah, never. Something has went horribly wrong, or the guys that they specifically like to choose ain't really going for them right now. They probably took a quick reprieve. So that money that ran out and it's running real low. So the next option is to, run this play right here, which is to go for the nerds, so that they can pull some money for the winter. And then, once the summer basically comes up, it's hot girl summer, and they're right back out here in the streets in order to try to get back, with the guys that they're normally after. That's all this is. Realistically, that's all this is right here. Let me see, what was it? Yo, C3, what is up? What is up? You said my dog on there. Yo, what's up? What's up? Tippy said, oh yeah, Tippy, yeah. Let me see. Do we got some more comments? Oh yeah, okay, got you. Loyalty, what is up? You said, pretty is what pretty does, and pretty ain't if I can't stack it in the safe. Talking about that money. Sunkissed, what is up? What is up? You said I didn't get invited. Yep, same here. Same here. D Love sit up for laughing. You said you better not show up. Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like if you showed up to those, if you thought you was getting clowned in school, oh yeah, you're really gonna get clowned out there. But and this is the funny thing that I learned about a lot of folks too, also while going through school, is that the same folks that would be trying to clown you in in those classes and whatnot, when it's like after school, it's amazing how people change. It's crazy how people magically want to talk to you. You got so much in common with them, and everything is cool. But then it's like when school is in session, now it's like, yo, I don't, I gotta clown you. I don't actually like you. We don't like the same. I'm like, man, the fakery out here just to like fit in is crazy. Life would be so much better if people wouldn't be trying to fit in and they were just honest about stuff. Like there were a lot of people that would sit up there and clown me in school for a lot of stuff, no matter if it was like clothes, aka wearing floods, or fashion or whatever it was. And it's crazy how I had a lot of stuff actually in common with them once I actually got to talk to them when they weren't with that whole group. When they was in a whole different class where they were basically the quiet one and not the popular one, it was a whole different story. It was a whole different person. And I'm like, who you are right now? I'm like, yo, stay with this. I'm like, this is good right here. And then as soon as they back with the rest of the group, it's like they don't know you. I'm like, man, that's wild. It's wild work. Like I said, stuff you only thought was what happened in movies. Nah, that stuff is real. To be real. Sham said, "Why I'm pressing mine out because it's looking a bit crazy today." Oh, you talking about here? Tibby said, "Be nice today to highly masculine tough nerd that goes to the gym." And he forced me to go. Tippy, with all of this, somebody forcing her to do stuff. Tippy, I don't know what side of the internet. I don't know what side of the internet that you be. So we're gonna have to clean your computer. We're gonna have to clean your browsing history and your bookmarks. I can only. Oh my goodness! I can only imagine the animated Tippy be sitting up there reading. Lord. Oh my goodness! This woman every time. Always Tippy. Third said we're not going to talk about nerd girls running behind jocks too. Oh yeah. That's trust me. And I knew one at a point in time. She was cute. Everything great, smart as well too. And she was going after the guys that all the rest of the girls in high school was going directly after. And I was like, that just blew my mind. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, word? I'm like, you see, like, there's literally a line. Like, I'm talking about like when those guys would literally like pull up in the hallways, the girls would in a sense stop what they were doing to sit up there and like even try to catch a look. Like some girls, if they even knew, if they even got a whisper that such and such was coming through the hallway, like they would get up during their class to go directly to the door or whatever it is to go wave and say hi. I'm like, brother, I'm like, what? I'm like, that's what it's like out here. I'm like, you would have thought this dude was like a superhero. So I'm like, yo, that's wild. I'm like, they would break necks. They would have risked getting in trouble with the teacher just to sit up there and get a glimpse or to say hi. I'm like, man, I'm like, y'all got it. I'm like, yo, like I said, God's plan. God's plan out here. Let me tell you. Oh man. No matter impact said, hello, what is up? What is up? What is up? Tibby said the jocks are bullies, right? I hate bullies. D-Love said for real, SEIJIHITO. It was like that. Yeah, it was. Southern Breeze, what up? You said you love some gender roles. D-Love said, yep, I was cool with everybody, but I remember them fake folks. Yep. Tibby said, I don't like the title of this video on the screen. Simps and nerds are not the same. Oh, you talking about this one? Okay, yeah. Brother Carl said, like they say, art imitates life and life imitates art. Facts. Sham said, I told you to stay off of the BDSM sites. Tippy said, nothing wrong with a man telling me what to do. LOL. This woman. Every single live stream, I swear to goodness, is always Tippy. Always Tippy. Southern Reese said, nerds are usually great husbands and dads. Simps are cheaters. Southern says, shame on the F boys. Your mama failed you. Southern Breeze said, peace. Tippy is sitting up here laughing. So now let's continue.
Saying he just don't have to do too much, but you know that he there. You know what I'm saying? Keep a man that think he the prize far away from me.
Okay, I'm almost embarrassed to admit this. Not embarrassed, but I can't be the only one. So I realized the other day that I'm really attracted to nerds. I would prefer to date a nerdy man than like a really perfect, conventionally super attractive hot guy. And here's why.
Let me just preface this by saying, because she used the terminology hot guy, she's not talking about black men. She's not talking about black men. Because normally when black women talk about black men that they're attracted to, that's not, hot guy is not a terminology that they readily use. And especially given the demographic that those black women would normally hang out around with, which is other black women. Here we go again, but let's continue.
I am a nerd myself. I have always been a nerd. I love, all the stereotypical nerdy things. I was a marching band. I play flute, piano. I like Star Wars, Star Trek. I don't know, all the like stereotypical nerdy things. And so when I go out with guys who tend to be more conventionally attractive, maybe they're like gym guys, they're just boring to me. They never talk about anything interesting. It's usually just blah, blah, blah. And I feel like a lot of guys that are super attractive just assume that that's all they need and they don't need anything else, and it's just boring. Whereas nerdy guys, I mean, maybe it's also because I'm neurodivergent, and nerdy people in general, we all tend to be a little bit neurodivergent, but they're always about like a hyper focus or like a little hobby, or they play an instrument. And I realized I like that. I like that authentic man. I like that. I prefer that. And I actually find it so cute, especially if they wear glasses and they just look like a nerd. It gets me.
So this is my problem with this, and this is why I have a problem believing her story. If you were in the marching band, word on the street, especially when dealing with the marching band, those in the marching band, they got down. They were doing a lot of stuff. For lack of a better word, they was getting down out there. They did. It was more than just music behind the scenes, right? So I'm like, how did you going through the marching band? And I'm guessing maybe she might have went through college as well too. I'm like, so how did you never get married to any of these nerdy guys? How is it that you're still single? Because I'm looking, and the only ring that she got is probably like a ring that she got from, like, let's say like Michael's or a thrift shop or whatever it is. There's no ring specifically there. And again, I find that a little bit weird because you're saying that as a woman, you're a nerd, you're into Star Wars and Star Trek. That's cool. I mean, that's a pretty basic thing to, in a sense, list. I mean, you guess you would have to have like further conversations. Like, are we, going through, Deep Space Nine, going through, Voyager, going through the William, Shatner years, and um, a lot of different stuff like that. I mean, she could even list it like Battlestar Galactica, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't gonna, go that far, or Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, and different stuff like that, Doctor Who, and uh, uh, whatnot or whatever, right? Even again, they had some other shows directly on the Sci-Fi Channel that was sci-fi related. Um, but yeah, I'm not really believing this too much because if you were in a marching band and you're into a lot of this stuff, then you should have been, in a long term relationship or married to a nerd or been found somebody. I'm just saying. Just saying.
And my friends make fun of me because they're like, girl, we'll be out and there'll be a really hot guy. You should be dating a hot guy. And I'm just like more about the little nerd in the corner who's just nerding out with something. I don't even know. And it makes me giddy. So yeah, that's my rant. Let me know if you feel what I'm saying. Do you understand what I mean? It's a nerdy man for me. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan.
Date a nerd. I cannot express this enough.
Wait, what did you say, Pink? You said the chick who preferred nerdy guys was married to a white man and gave him 3 kids, and he ended up cheating with a true American woman. Ooh, that's crazy work. That's diabolical. 100%. Diabolical. Southern Breeze said her mother called her princess too much. Disney delayed. That's crazy. Teddy says she's talking about white nerdy guys, not black men. Mm. Ty said, I hate how everyone is calling themselves neurodivergent when they're just weird. Yeah, I've been seeing that online. I guess that's the brand new cool term. Once everybody happens to learn a word, it becomes, everybody's word. So everybody's going to call themselves. Like I said, this is within like the terminology neurodivergent. It's almost the exact same way that I had an issue when everybody wanted to be quote unquote in a quote unquote in a geek phase, where magically all of these folks wanted to seem smart. And the way to seem smart is everybody started wearing glasses. I'm like, really? I'm like, nah, I'm offended now. I'm like, all of the years that I had to sit up there and go through being teased and all this other type of stuff, picked on, glasses basically taken off of my face and all this other type of stuff. Here go these same fools going out here at night. Now this is like a 5-minute thing for people of the culture to do. Because now you want to look intelligent. Come on. Yo, that's wild. It's wild. It's wild out here. I'm still mad about that. Still mad. Yo, J Lock, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said this is DA. Tippy sitting up here laughing. D Love said, woo, SEIJIHITO, you pulled her entire ticket. Sham said, LOL, is it bad? I got the whole collection of Next Generation. Nah, like I said, I used to like back when I was younger, I think for Christmas, my uncle, who I don't speak to, he ended up getting me it should have been, I think it should have been like a Klingon warship. An action figure. I don't think I actually got a Klingon with that though. I had the Klingon warship. I also had the communicator from Star Trek Generation. Lord, I'm probably named the show wrong, but y'all know who I'm talking about with Jean-Luc Picard. I had the communication device from that. I had a Klingon warship, and my favorite character on there was Spock. That was just Leonard Nimoy. That's my guy right there. So those were the main things that I had. I think maybe I might have had some cards as well too. I forgot. Long time ago. Southern said, "LOL, it's the new trend." True. LeVar said, "Oh, you talking about the lady in the video?" Sham said, "I got all of Deep Space Nine too, as well as Voyager." Oh. Southern said, "If you don't like Game of Thrones, then I don't want to be your friend." Yo, that's crazy. J-Lock said, yo, shout out for the $5 dono. You said, this is sad. Truly, nerd women chase the same guy that all girls want. Tippy said, I'm an introvert. Tippy also said, I have to wear prescription glasses. I mean, as we all, Tippy, I was pretty much born with prescription glasses. So this is why I got offended when that became a fad where everybody wanted to, be on like a smart type of thing and just put on some glass. I'm like, dog, nah. I'm like, we need some laws right now. I'm like, the same way that I couldn't just decide one day I wanted to be cool. I don't believe in that. I'm not with that nonsense because, like I said, all of those people's like, man, you just fake out here. You ain't really cool. You ain't really this. You ain't really that. You just posing and all this other. Like I said, it's crazy how people can call people out on that, but then when it deals with stuff like this, with the glasses and everything, it's like it's whatever, man. It was crazy out here. J-Lock said, Black women nerds like jocks and thugs and white guys. Black men nerds want to have someone that likes the same hobbies as them, but they get the opposite. What was it? Leah Chan said, "Are you a brother?" I'm confused. I'm confused. What specifically does that mean? Let me know what does that specifically mean, and what bearing does it have on a conversation currently at this moment in time? Just wondering. Yo, Momo, what is up? You said Star Trek. Third Eye said Vulcans are space elves. Prove me wrong. I mean, no, yeah. You got the Vulcans, and then you got their cousins, the Romulans. I mean, yeah, you got a point. You got a point. You got a point. They just don't have the ultra porcelain skin, you know. Third said Lame of Thrones. This man. Shan was like Spock from the original series, but he makes guest appearances. Yep. And my favorite character was Picard in Next Generation. Yeah. Picard was dope. I forgot the man's name. Oh my goodness. Now it's gonna kill me right now because I used to stay up and I would always have my cereal watching Star Trek. It would be Voyager, Deep Space Nine, Next Generations. There was another one as well, and I can't even list it. Can't even list it. Oh my goodness. Can't even list it. But I will tell you, I did love Janeway though. Janeway was tough. That woman, she was out there. She was not playing no games. If something needed to be done, it was about to get done. Let me tell you. And then also along with Janeway, my other favorite was 7 of 9. 7 of 9. And of course, it was after she got they took, the main portions of the Borg directly out of her. That was also during the time that Picard ended up becoming a Borg for a minute as well too. But yeah, 7 to 9. That was another one right there. People don't, like I said, people don't know about that. People don't know about that. Mo said Darmok and Jalad at Tana. Wait, what? Tanagra? I probably mispronounced that, but I feel like he's talking about Game of Thrones. I might be incorrect. J Lock, what is up for the $10 dono? What is up? You said now everyone wants to come to these anime cons. These outsiders never was a fan of anime and just going for the trends. It's annoying, and the very same people made fun of us for liking it. Oh yeah, and this is the other thing, Jay, as well too. The craziest part about these anime cons now is a lot of the women that were never into nerdy guys, they go there for attention. That's the craziest part. So now you got these women that was never into like the nerdy guys. but the same ones that say that they don't want to be sexualized, they'll go to these anime cons and they'll dress up as the sexy version of like a Freddy Krueger or a Jason, a Chucky. They'll dress up as a sexy angel or whatever, like stuff that you would normally see on Halloween. They'll go to these anime cons and dress up like that. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. So I'm like, so you're comfortable with dressing like this at the anime cons because you know those guys are, chances are they're like, hey, you look nice. Could I take a picture? But you know that they're not going to really try to ask you for a number. They're not really going to be trying to be up on you and try to have a conversation with you. So it's safe to do this here, but you're not going to do this in other places because you know that those guys are going to really try to hound you and come on, dog. Like I said, for me, I look at it as like an attention grab because I remember even when it dealt with like video games, I remember E3 right before the pandemic, we had E3. And when you looked at the crowd at E3, you would see a sea of men directly out there, right? Sea of men directly out there. Then magically, all of a sudden, you supernaturally started seeing, all of these random women showing up. And I'm like, this didn't start happening up until you started hearing about male celebrities playing video games. When they started, highlighting this, showing up in commercials and video games and all this other type of stuff, or sometimes when they would make appearances at E3 and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, this is just getting all types of weird. Wait, let me see them. Like I said, it's crazy out here. But shout out for the $10 dono. Southern Breeze said men who wear glasses are the most romantic. Ty said people where I live now be thinking I'm joking when I say I can't see without my glasses. Like, nah, for real. I told people before, like, for me, I always used to tell people, and they thought I was joking. I'm like, when I don't have my glasses on, I see stars. Like, that's how that works, right? So if I just so happen to have my glasses directly off and there's lights, I can't see anything. I literally, like, if you were to look at the stars in the night sky, that's exactly how streetlights and everything else basically appears to me. It's like little orbs. I kid you not. And then the craziest part is everybody would be like, every time they put on my glasses, it's like they would get like headaches or their vision is blurry. I'm like, man, y'all joking. I'm like, I may potentially have a strong prescription, but it's not really in a sense like that to the extent. So it's like, it's crazy. What was it? Shem said, was it the black captain? Yeah. I think that might have been the black captain. That should have been Deep Space Nine. Wait, was it Deep Space? Might be. I know I'm messing it up now. Let me see. Okay, yeah, Deep Space Nine, yeah. Yep. I actually had it right, yeah. That was I had to look it up real quick. That was Avery Brooks. That was the captain. Avery Brooks. Let me see. What else do we got here? Third said Pluto TV app is running all the Star Trek shows, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and the Next Generation. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sit up there and download that on my Xbox because I'll be binging that. Because normally what I'm doing is like sometimes if I'm going to sleep, I'll have on. Well, I did start doing like the older Naruto because I did watch it all the way through, but I'm like, let me sit up there and just like put that directly on. Naruto, Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I might watch some old reruns from like Toonami where they used to have like that, or it might be the Midnight Run, the Rising Sun, and different things like that. Things from Adult Swim, Mr. Bean, what other show? King of Queens, Hell's Kitchen, Kitchen Nightmares. Probably like a few other shows. Just can't list them at this moment in time, but yeah. Yeah, I checked it out. Sham said, "Oh, then that's all of Voyager." Southern said, "Third Eye, we are not friends no more." Chef said, yeah, and they be wearing half naked stuff. Yep. D Love said, yep, people follow trends, shaking my head, fraudulent behavior, bars. 350, what is up? You said T-Po, I don't even know what that is. D Love said, yep, I know someone like that, and she hates men, but dresses like that. That's correct. Like, how do you hate men, but then you go to a Comic-Con around men to dress to be hypersexual? Like that, yo, we need laws. I'm sorry. We need laws. Like it's like if you don't like men, that's cool, but don't go to areas where men are in order to get male attention and validation. All it doesn't make sense. Just go to a lesbian bar. Like that's all you got to do. make a lesbian anime convention or something like that. Like I said, I don't know what you got to call it, LGBT or whatever. Do that, right? But it's crazy work. D Love said, yep, SEIJIHITO, she takes a lot of pictures with men there. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. You don't like men, but you want to be around men. That is so backwards. Yo, D Money, what is up? What is up? What is up? He said, what is good, people? Nothing much, good sir. Nothing much, nothing much. J Lock said, I went to my last and first E3 in 2019. Yo, you know the craziest part is I always wanted to go to E3 and it's over. I'll tell you this though, if they happen, I'm not sure how they'll do it or when they would do it. If we happen to get an E3 in the future, I will make it my job to be able to go there because I always wanted to go there. I was always trying to save money to get there, but you know, bills and stuff come up, life comes up, so it was like, you know, I would always have to miss out and be like, all right, I'll try next year. And then it just got to the point where it's like there is no next year, and I'm like, well, there's that. there is that. There's that. Tippy said, when I take mines off, everything gets really blurry. Yep. D Love sitting up there laughing. Sham said, yeah, it was Deep Space Nine. Yep. J Lock said, Comic-Con and Star Wars getting that same problem. Yeah, and that's the thing that I don't like. And the other thing I want to sit up there and say as well, too, is that you got so many normal people. You got normal dudes going to these anime, these Comic Cons, to any of these cons, like stuff that they wouldn't normally go to, because now they caught word that there's just like a whole bunch of women there. And I'm like, this is how stuff get messed up. This is how the few will mess it up for the many. And I promise you, it's going to sit up there and happen like every single time. Like for all of the dudes that always say that they can get women, why don't you stay in your spaces and get those women? Why are you always trying to infiltrate and go everywhere else? I'm like, that's weird to me. I'm like, that just, for me, I'm like, you really can't get women where you are then. If you gotta go somewhere else where normally guys like you ain't even there, barely even exist, in order to get women, I'm like, you really can't get women there. Because I'm like, you should be where the competition is. You're gonna go somewhere where the barrier is pretty much nothing. And be like, I'm about to just sit up there and show up and just do whatever I want to do. You're gonna mess it up for everybody. And then this is when you're not gonna have those Comic Cons or anything like that no more, because y'all gonna mess it up. Like I said, it happens every time. Every time. Southern Breeze said, we call those Coke bottle glasses. I mean, it'd be like that. You got thick frames. I'm looking at my frames right now. My lenses are fairly thick. This is why I could not get a pair of frames. Like, my frames cost money, and money I did not want to pay. And I'm probably actually due for go to, I think, what is the optometrist, whatever it is, I forgot. I'm due to go see an eye doctor. I can highly tell you, it's just been a minute. Because I'm like, yeah, these glasses originally cost a lot of money along with these lenses. It's like, I ain't really trying to spend that again. So I'm like, we gonna be rolling with these up until we can't roll with them no more. It's a bad way to do that, but I'm just saying that money is crazy. Money's crazy. Shem said I'll binge watch that and Quantum Leap. That's the funny thing. That's the dude I was thinking about. I could have sworn he was on a show with the ship. The dude on Quantum Leap. He was a part of Star Trek. I think he had I think it was probably like one season or something like that he was on Star Trek or some type of space type of show. But when we were talking about Star Trek, the dude on Quantum Leap, that's who I was thinking about when I was thinking about Star Trek as well. Shem said, he was an awesome captain. Talking about the black one. Yeah, he was dope. Shem also said, LOL, I watched Knight Rider 2. Yeah, Knight Rider's dope. Knight Rider's dope. Classic shows. Just like, even though it's as people would say campy and it's like cheap, I watch the older superhero shows, like the Incredible Hulk, Thor, Spider-Man, Captain America, stuff like that. What was it? Enterprise 350, shout out. Southern Breeze said my older brother was a Star Trek fan, got on my last nerves. Brother Carl said SG1. Yep. D Love said I tried to tell her that to stay away from that place. Sham said, "Oh, brother Carl, that was a good show. Stargate, that's bars." Like I said, got my man Telik up there, who is also the voice of Kratos, right? The newer God of War shows. Telik was also one of my favorite characters. Like I liked Telik. And another thing that people forget, because a lot of folks weren't really into a lot of the sci-fi stuff. Jason Momoa, before he got really big, he was on. It should have been Stargate Atlantis that he was a part of, and that was the young Jason, Momoa that was there. D Love said, right, it said SEIJIHITO. Southern said, all of our differences make us beautiful. D Love sitting up her laughing. Sham said, I did think about eye surgery, but it can be iffy if it correct your vision. Yeah, I thought about that as well too a long time ago. They told me, it was like, yo, you have like a slight hole directly, in your eye, and over time that can basically cause, vision problems, because liquid can basically get in and it'll start to, do things to your eye and whatnot or whatever. That was a little bit of time ago, but because I was afraid, I was like, yeah, I'm not really too sure about doing that. That laser surgery, because I'm like, they would just have to point a laser. It wouldn't take that much time to basically just, close up the hole. I was just unsure. I was scared. Just to be honest, I was 100% scared, because I did not want to potentially be like, all right, somebody using this laser, and now I'm sitting up here, looking like Nick Fury. I'm not trying to do that. Even though if I had to wear an eye patch, I'll be having the bad boys customized. Let me tell you, I had the most customized eye patches directly by it, but I ain't trying to go there. Brother Carl said, yep, a sham. The show was great. Plus, Tippy's husband is on it too. And Christopher Judd was the voice actor Kratos. Yep. D Love said, be kind to yourself at SEIJIHITO. Will do. Tippy said, I can't do eye contact though. Yeah, I can never do that as well either. I don't know what it is about trying to, even attempt to put it in contacts, even though if I had to do contacts, it would have to be like a Sharingan type of thing. It would have to be. I would have like the Itachi Mangekyo, or I would have like the Renegon or Byakugan. Something. It would have to be something vastly different. Like I said, it's just how I am. It would just have to be something different. What was it? Southern Breeze said, I'm neurodivergent. LOL. Tippy said, I don't like Star Wars, never did, never will. I just never got into it. Yeah, Tippy don't like space stuff. We get it, Tippy. We get it. Just a hater out here. Tippy said Jason Momoa, of course. 350's Enterprise had 3 or 4 seasons. Quantum Leap guy was the captain. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so yeah, it was 3 to 4 seasons. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was 1. Maybe because again, I was sitting up there like watching at a point, and maybe I fell off and I was like watching something else. It probably didn't keep my attention or something. Tippy said Final Destination, the laser eye scene. No, thank you. D Love sitting up here laughing. Third said, or you can see otherworldly specters of the surgery. Yeah, that's true. Sham said, LOL. Sham also said, I feel I should cut my. Oh, you talking about couldn't hear what me. Third eye said, you have to earth this eye through decades of adversity. Oh yeah. You got to go through a lot of pain and trauma in order to evolve. It's almost like going Super Saiyan for the first time. As people thought, you got to be a pure-hearted Saiyan in order to do it. No, all you needed is just a little bit of rage, and to be tired, and an asteroid coming directly at you in a life or death situation. Like I said, Vegeta was out there and that meteor shower happened. That man was tired training. He was like, man, this is the way that I'm about to sit up and go out. Not today. This is about to be my final bout. And he powered up and broke through. Like I said, I love the evolution of Vegeta's character. Evolution. Him and Piccolo. Great evolutions. What was it? Third said, you not about that life, Piccolo P said, my son has me watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and now he's making fun of me because there are certain characters that I like. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen, that's a nice show. It is a nice show. It's a nice show. I'll probably have to actually like go back because I watch it off and on. And if I actually stay directly on it, I could probably pinpoint the characters because there are certain characters that pretty much all women online basically like, and they got like TikToks and videos about specific characters and whatnot. So, yep. Third said, I'm playing Warframe. Ignore the tupo. Oh, the typos. I got you. Yeah, yo, the funny part is I was supposed to get back on Warframe, but I told one of my friends that I'll show up on Warframe when I sit up there and get some extra money that I can spend, because as you know, as a Warframe player, if you haven't been on Warframe in a minute, they will give you discounts. And I think the highest discount that they gave, I think I had like a 300 on plat, like 300% like discount or something like that on some platinum or whatnot. And I'm like, and luckily during that time I had a little bit of extra money. I'm like, yeah, we about to sit up there and buy the highest bars that they got up out here in platinum. So I could just have them boys directly on the account and I can start buying up costumes and warframes and whatnot. And and that's what I did. I'm like, yep, I know what they're going to do this time, and I'm just going to sit this one out and wait until I got some money. But I promise you, if I log into Warframe today, because I did update it, if I log into Warframe today, I promise you, they probably won't give me that discount again. That was one of the rarest discounts that I done got, because usually I get like a 40, 50, or 75%. I ain't never gotten nothing in the hundreds before. I didn't even know that existed up until that day. I wish, did I take a snapshot of that? I probably didn't. I might have failed myself on them, but I should have took a snapshot. Sham said, "Hello, I know I'm a nerdy nerd. I got the whole Solo Leveling manga collection." Sham, I'm actually shocked that you're not playing Solo Leveling on PC, because they do have a game, and I wanted to play that because I thought it was on Xbox, but they don't got it on Xbox, and I got to play it on PC if I really do. I think it's like $30 or $35. It looks nice though. It looks just like the anime. Looks just like the anime. 350 said Tokyo Ghoul was pretty good too. That's bars. Sam said, I got a question. What's a good price for earbuds? I'm thinking of getting a pair. I wouldn't even know what to tell you, because I'm using a pair of like Shadow the Hedgehog earbuds. I'm not even sure how much to see if it costs, because it was a gift. And but they work pretty good though. The thing I would tell you is this though. I would say for electronics, watch natural reviews online, nothing that's like sponsored or paid for. Stay away from those. But just try to watch everyday people that bought the product, because they're going to give you the most down to earth, realist review in comparison when it deals with tech and stuff like that. Because usually people who are bought and paid for, you're not really going to get the information that you want. Now, if it's like what is it? What's the brother's name? Because that's how I got my first pair of Sennheiser. No, was it Sennheiser? No. It was Audio Technica. I'm sorry. Back in during the pre-pandemic, I ended up getting before they became popular. I had red and black Audio Technica headphones. Great headphones just in general, even for studio headphones, all of that. And I did that because of Marcus. I think it's pronounced Brownie or Brownlee. It's either which one of the what's the name, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Tall black dude, huge in the tech space, reviews, the best tech out there in the world and everything of the sort. But yeah, like him, I trust his opinion on stuff, because I was looking at a lot of his content before the world was really looking at him the way that they're looking at him right now. What else we got? Mo said everyone is on the other channel at D Love. Sham said I got Solo Level on PC. Okay, so you do got it. Okay. Third said I'm still waiting for the release for PS5. Yeah. The one game I will sit up there and tell folks, even though this is completely away from the whole topic of the conversation, since we're dealing with video games, two human, not once human, but no, I'm sorry, once human, not two human, once human, which is a Steam game. I played a little bit of it. I think during it should have been like during the pandemic or whatnot, whatever. Game been out for like years. Um, they're bringing it over to Xbox and they had like a beta test directly for it. I'm not sure why they had like an NDA thing directly for it, which I found to be stupid. I didn't even get in there anyway, so it didn't even matter. But you shouldn't be having an NDA or whatever it is for a game that has already been out for years. They gotta fix that. I'm like that. The game is literally out on PC. It's not like it's just coming out. But that's another type of game that's pretty nice. I'll say people should probably check that out. And if you plan on getting an Xbox or whatnot, whatever, you can play it on Steam first, and maybe they might have cross play and cross saves. Not sure, but yeah, there's that. And they also had the Xbox partner preview show, and they showed off about like 20 games. This partner preview that they did for Xbox was actually, I would consider it pretty solid. They had a few games. I'm like, it's whatever. But the rest of the games that showed up there were games I would very much give a chance to actually play. But let me go. Sham said, been talking to my therapist about being sick and whatnot because it hit my depression hard and haven't felt like doing much lately. Was close to checking myself in for a minute there. It's gonna be all right, Sham. It is going to be all right. Like I said, just gotta get you some games. Gotta get you some nice distractions so you can just like focus in and file some stuff away. Just stay directly focused and pushing directly through. Trust me, I completely understand. Like I said, that's why I've been a little bit inconsistent with sitting up there not posting videos to an extent. So trust me, I 100% understand. But we got to be battling and fighting directly through. Battle and fight through that. Is it perseverance? Perseverance? I forgot. Y'all know what I'm talking about though. D Love said, "Okay, here I come." Thank you, Edmo. Third said, PS5 and PS5 Pro price is going to increase April 2nd, and the Pro is going to be $1,000. Woo! Wait a minute. Let me check that. You said PS5 Pro? Ooh, yo, that's wild. Nobody talking about that, brother. Yeah. So to let me highlight that. Let me just highlight what you just put directly. You are correct because when you add in tax and some games, oh yeah, it's over. So they said Sony has announced a significant price increase for the PlayStation 5 lineup effectively April 2nd, 2026, driven by global economic pressures. I still consider that BS. They said the PS5 Pro is rising to $899 in the United States, with the standard disc console being priced at $649. So the standard PS5 is $649, but the Pro version is $800, and you might as well say it's $900. Why put $899 up? Stop with that whole thing where it's like, people are fine advertising wise with like 99 attached to any. Just put it at $900 because that's basically what it is. It's $900. And then once you add video games directly to you, add another controller, which is like $80, and then you add a game, which is probably anywhere from $70 to $80. It's over. It's over. Like you're going towards $1,000 console with add-ons, and then on top, that's not even matter of fact. Don't even put the games in there. Put in 1 year of PlayStation Plus directly up there. That's like $100 and something. It's over. It's over, brother. You put the subscription on there just with the system. It is curtains. Your pockets are done. Pockets are cooked, fried. That is wild. That is wild. Sham said, "Yeah, hit the gym again because I need some dopamine to reset my head." Yep. Tippy said, "Go ahead and laugh at us PlayStation players." Yeah, that's tough. Uh, Chubby said marketplace gonna be my boy. Wait, I'm a little bit confused on that one, but I got you, I think. Third said, don't forget insurance coverage. You know the funny thing is I don't do insurance coverage. Oh, I'll tell you this though. For any of my folks, direct, I can't really speak for I do have a PS5. Let me just sit up and tell you. I do have a PS5, but I don't really play it like that, so there's not dust in there. I had my Xbox Series X since the pandemic, and had I might sit up there and like do like a slight little video one of these days. I'll just reopen and basically, show people what it is. But just yesterday or the day before, I had to make a quick order because the Series X was technically going out. It wasn't specifically working, and you can heavily hear the fan when you were playing certain games. And what ended up happening inevitably, just like with PCs, is that once you have these computers, right, or these systems, the electronics for so long, they gather dust. So I had to get a electric air gun. So I would recommend the cordless air duster, which is pretty good. It takes about, which is ridiculous. I say get one that has a quicker charge time. This one has about 3.4 to a 4 hour, charge time, whatever. Had to get that. And I had to get, I don't even have the screw kit down here. I think I got like a 12 or a 24 piece like screw kit. So I can have the T8 directly in there because that's the star bit that you need in order to open up the two screws, the two screws on the back plate for the Xbox Series X, and then the three screws that it takes to pull out the fan so that you can properly clean that. But once that was clean, the system was working like it was brand new. Like you didn't hear the fan, it didn't sound like it was like struggling, didn't sound like a jet engine, nothing. Even the heat coming directly off of that felt a little bit cool. So for anybody that has a Series X, I will highly recommend for you right now, if you had it for some years, please clean it. Because if you don't clean it, you'll run into consistent overheating. Because I've had those messages show up. Like if I try to play Crimson Desert, I could probably only play for about like 10, 15, maybe 30 minutes before it knocks me back to the dashboard. Or in the rare extent, the failsafe would kick in, even if you're not even trying to play a game and you just start one up. The Xbox Series X, which I found out, which I don't think anybody else knows, it has a failsafe where if it basically gets extremely quote unquote hot, it'll just shut itself completely off. And then it'll heavily throw off the heat that's being built up. And then you can, cut it back on. Tippy said, I'm about to jump teams. Tippy, you could have had a Series X. I just want you to know that you had a timeline where you could have literally had a Series X, Tippy. You could have literally had that already, and you opted no. I tried to save you, Tippy. I tried to save you. You didn't want the help, Tippy. You were like, I'm not playing Xbox. I'm not playing Xbox. Shan was like, well, at least you can still ship them to the United States. The internet modems got a ban this month. Wait, internet modems got a ban? They are illegal. They are illegal and they are manufactured. Oh, if they're manufactured outside of the United States. Ooh, it's crazy. Yo, Des Quinn, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said that's crazy for the PS5. Yeah, it is. Bars, 100%. Tibby said I could still get one. D Money said the Series X. Throwing tomato. Yo, D Money, the PS5 Pro cost pretty much $1,000. I get it. The Microsoft people don't like American game systems. Everybody want everything Asian. I get it. But I would rather pay for another Series X. And like I said, I got the one from when it first came out. I got the first ones, right? I would rather pay for another Series X versus trying to get a PS5 Pro. That's just crazy. And I recommended to people before, I'm like, yo, if you don't even have a PlayStation 6, I'm like, yo, go get you a Pro. I'm like, yeah, don't even get no Pro. Don't even look in that direction. You're going to go broke trying to have that Pro. That like getting a PS5 Pro is like paying rent. That's like paying a nice portion of your mortgage on a house. Like, nah, that's wild. That is wild. Like we are at, and I want people to understand this, right? So how Third was basically saying that the PS5 Pro is basically $1,000. That was the original price point for the PS3. That's how crazy this is now. Because the reason and I gotta keep going back to this. The reason why the PS3 Sony was able to make any type of money, they were in a deficit because they had to take money off of the PS3 just so that people would be able to afford it and buy it. They were losing hundreds of dollars every single time they saw the PS3. They were losing hundreds of dollars out the door. Again, this is why Sony had to pull back and was like, oh, we're going to pull the PlayStation 2 out of retirement and make those again. The PlayStation 2 that they were selling that were still out there in the wild, along with them bringing back out the PS2 and then still having a PSP Go, that was the only reason that Sony is still alive right now. Without those previous systems, that PS3, it would have killed Sony. They would not have been able to recover. And that's a fact. Like, it was bad. It was 1,000% bad. Like, they just now sitting up there getting back to where they should have been, thanks to PS4. I mean, PS4 technically had issues as well, too. But people bought enough of the PS4s to the point where the player base is half and half. You got a half on PS5, half on PS4. That's crazy by itself. And I promise you, there's going to be a point in time that Sony is going to start to what's that? It's not called Sunrise. They're going to start to probably sunset the PS4 in order to force people to get a PS5. But they'll probably do that by the time that the PS6 comes out. That's what they'll do. Because if anybody's still on PS4 by the time the PS6 comes directly out, you just plumb out of luck. Sony is not going to bring out next gen games for that PS4. They're not going to do that. Sony is also as well. They're not about no ecosystem where they're like, we're going to keep everybody together. No, they're not doing it. If you don't got the PS5 by the time the PS6 comes out, good luck. Good luck. It's going to be tough. It is going to be tough. Sham said, yeah, companies are scrambling to fight back because there is no manufacturing of modems in the United States. They're all shipped from China. Tippy sitting up here laughing. D-Love said, I'm good, Tippy. Thank you for asking. D-Love said, shaking my head, I'd rather buy groceries. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Tippy said, I don't want no pro. Isn't that just for online games, no physical disc? I mean, yeah. Or maybe they might have a physical disc version. I'm not sure. Like I said, I got both of my systems. The Switch 2017, first ones that came out. The Series X and the PS5, I got both of those when they first came out. So both of those are from the same timeline. But yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to. Okay. Hypnotic, yo, what is up? You said they have separate disk drives that you can buy for it, but you're right, it's mostly digital. Yeah, I think that separate disk drive costs a few $100s though, if I remember correctly. I might be incorrect about the amount of hundreds of dollars, but I swear it's up there, at least like one or two that it costs. Like they pulled like some Apple type of shenanigans where it's like, oh, we're taking out the disk drive because you guys don't really sit up there and need it. Everything is digital. Nah. We need that disk drive. We need that. But anyways, let's continue back with the video.
Makes me giddy. So yeah, that's my rant. Let me know if you feel what I'm saying. Do you understand what I mean? It's a nerdy man for me. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. Data nerd. I cannot express this enough. Data nerd. They are superior. You will have the best experience of your life. Data nerd. Because this Coco Cougar is ready to pounce. We're in hibernation season. It's time to get warm. Y'all can have the athletes, the frat boys, the big ballers. Because sure, they got daddy's money, but they have the personality of a Lay's chip in the shade original. Just very vanilla, very bland. All you gonna get is just Gatorade and mommy issues seeping out their pores. It's disgusting. I don't know what to tell y'all. But you're gonna be high, dry, and unsatisfied. You gotta finish the work at home. In the Uber they did not pay for. It was either that or walk home. If my Dr. Doolittle is not trying to role play Pinky in the brain, I'm Pinky, he the brain. He gonna get some brain. But if I don't hear a whisper, DD, can I come into your lair? I'm good. I'll see you around the way.
When people tell you to date a nerd, they are not talking about the ones that live in their mom's basement. Okay, they're not talking about the ones that have 6, 7, 8 Reddit profiles and spend all their time searching and trying to dox people on the internet. They're not talking about the ones that are on the black web. Okay, they're not talking about the ones that are hacking into different systems unless to cancel student loans for everyone. People tell you to date a nerd. They're talking about the guys who just go to work and go home, okay? They rather be alone in their house than to be out in the streets. They're talking about the ones that mind their business, right? Check on their family members every now and again. They're talking about the ones that have 1 or 2 hobbies, like being a top Google reviewer, or maybe trying out different restaurants and ranking them. Maybe they like to go to comic book conventions on the weekends, okay? Maybe they like to, build Legos in their office. We're talking about those ones, okay? The ones that y'all are talking about are just plain old weirdos.
I wish y'all would stop coming on this internet and telling y'all business unprovoked for some views and likes. It's not worth it, I promise you. Because why did a woman come on here and tell us unprovoked that she used to sleep with men that wore Adidas slides? There's nothing wrong with wearing Adidas slides, but they also used to wear dirty socks. Why are you telling the internet that you used to sleep with men that wore dirty socks? And then she goes on to say, but she ended up marrying the nerd who's a pediatrician and she lives this great life, this, that, and the third. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know if her husband is cool with his wife coming on the internet and letting the whole world know that she used to sleep with dirty niggas and double down on it. Somebody in the comments was like, dirty socks and slides, that's so specific. And she replied, well, the sex was fun, can't knock it. Listen, that's not cool. Her man probably not gonna say nothing, but deep down inside, he probably like, hell no. Your wife is on the internet reminiscent about the sex that she used to have with dirty niggas. Hell no. Y'all have to stop. Stop, please.
Now I need this to keep happening. I wish I could have found that video because I would have clowned that woman. I'm not going to really clown the dude because he probably did not know, in a sense. Like I said, that's sad, and this lets you know that you got a lot of women out here that will do anything for attention, even if it means embarrassing themselves. Do you understand how dirty of a woman that you have to be out there admitting that you slept with dirty men? Like, what are we talking about? Like, so the dude that you was messing with had on Nike slides and the socks was always dirty. So this dude couldn't even afford a clean pair of socks, nor did you, in your dirtiness, decide to buy him clean socks, even though you were sleeping with this dude. So if he was dirty, that potentially means as a woman that you're dirty too. Crazy. Because you're not going to sit up there and tell me that the dude is dirty, but the woman is always clean. No. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Mm-mm. That's like sitting up there saying that, this one side of the bread basically fell to the ground, but the other side is still clean. No. The bread is dirty. It's dead. It's gone. Throw that directly in the trash. It is over. There's no salvaging or saving that. You see all of that dirt in those rocks that ain't got embedded into that bread as soon as it hit that floor and that piece of hair. You're not saving that, brother. Put it away. Just get you another slice. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. But like I said before, I need more of this content to be directly out here because for far too long, men have tried to speak about this, but people have tried to call men clowns, or they wanted to say, oh, why you guys out here gossiping about women? Y'all should be worried about, men type of things and not online talking about women and da-da-da-da. It's like, no, things need to be talked about because people want to give up this idea that there's this type of perfection on one side, and it's not. It's a failure. Like you living a decent life. You got married to a dude that actually values you, but you don't respect or value that dude, and you got online and decided to start telling people that you slept with dirty dude. Like, brother, what? And you proud of this? Ratchet? You proud of that? You said, well, the sex was great. No, go out there and be a single mother. Go out there and be a single mother and all of your lavender that you should have been. Like that. If there was a way in order to align the stars to make sure that she never met that guy, I would align those stars. Because you just got folks out here that are undeserving of the people that they have directly in their life, and that woman is one of them. Because she is a full-fledged embarrassment all the way around. Like, that's wild. That is 100% wild to me. That's wild. Like I said, I would not be too surprised if she caught a few STDs being around here, like moving around like Sexy Red. I would not be too surprised. She already sounded ratchet as soon as the dude said that she was with a dude with Nike slides and dirty socks. It was over. Oh my goodness. Wow. And then in a comment section, after talking about the dude being dirty, which again reflects badly on you and your choices in men, you then doubled down and was like, well, yeah, he was dirty, but the sex was lit though. It was there. So you was only worried about getting your ovaries rearranged and your back broken. You didn't care about nothing else. And this is what guys be talking about. You got guys out here that be straight dirty and they don't have to do nothing. They don't have to. I put it like this. Like one of the women said earlier that the nerds out here, they need to sit up there and evolve, and they need to get haircuts and do this, that, and the third. And that she said in the video. For what? You got guys out here that are basically bums, and they sleeping with any and every woman directly about here. There is no barrier to entry. That lets you know how jacked up it is. Like I said, if a woman finds a dude to be attractive, he can do anything that he wants. He can be on the street. If there is a homeless, attractive dude on these streets, there are women that will pick him up and make sure that he has somewhere safe to sleep. I wish I had that video. Oh boy, I might make it my mission to sit up there and find because she needs to get clowned. That's wild. How as a woman could you be proud and basically list that as like some type of conquest? Are you serious? Brother, dog, I don't know what to tell people no more. Woman willing to embarrass not only herself but her husband. And then hyping up the sex that she had with a broke, dirty dude. I ain't never in my life. That's one of the reasons why you got a lot of dudes out here, they don't want to get married. Because don't no guy feel like having their name attached to an embarrassment like that and finding stuff out. When they thought that things were one way and then somebody gets a camera in front of their face, now they become a whole different person and start saying stuff that they got no business saying. Yo, that's wild. That's crazy. John, what is up? He says, so wait a minute. You telling her not to put her business out there, but you do it and it's not even your business. Are you lost? You realize that the guy saw the video, and as a content creator, he's making comments on the video and saying how the woman was basically wrong. In order for him to speak on it, he has to have an example. He's using her as an example. And you're getting mad because he's explaining or talking about what it is that she already put directly out there for the world to see, but he's the problem. Come on. What are we doing? I need people to catch up. D Love said, now I'm wondering, is she really even married? Yeah. Yep. D Love says, say that at SEIJIHITO. John said, I guess that's supposed to be some of these internet people are not actually real people. I guess. I mean, unless you're trying to say that people are like NPCs and bots, I mean, I guess. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I said, going back to the first video, right there. So for the standalone video, that her face right here is going to be the image that you are going to see, because this is the scam that is going on. the grifting a nerd is easy. Because that's what it is. All it is a grift. It's a money grab. That's it. Because as soon as they get what it is that they want directly out of that nerd, they dip him every single time. And the craziest part is women who look like her, they'll be with a nerd for a minute, get some money, and then on the side, they'll be cheating on the nerd with the guy that they really find attractive, that they actually want to be with. But then once that woman leaves that nerd and now she's free, that dude that she's cheating on a nerd with, he ain't interested in her. He was like, yeah, I wasn't even that serious. I wasn't even trying to be with you, da da da, and all this other type of stuff. And then she gonna be left to the wind. Like I said, it's straight clown warfare out here. Straight clown warfare. Straight clown warfare. Let me see. Tippy said I like her glasses, and Tippy said that is horrible. It be like that, Tippy. It be like that. Like I said, this is why I don't trust a lot of this content that I see from these women out here talking about, go get a nerd. They're not real, because there have been nerds since the beginning of time. There's always been nerds, and women out here have said that those dudes, like I said, listen to women on these podcasts or these social, whatever it is, and listen to them talk about nice guys. They don't got nothing nice to say about nice guys. Or if they do want to say something about a nice guy, magically he's the same as every other guy out here. Like I said, you can't win. You can't win. Like I said, if a bad guy is a bad guy, they still complaining. If a decent guy is a decent guy, he's not making enough, and he doesn't have enough gumption to sit up there and seek out more. If a guy is a nice guy or a geek, oh, he's too quiet, he's too silent. He doesn't have that certain energy directly about him. He's too this, he's too that. He needs to sit up there and like I said, it don't matter which avenue that you go, it's going to be a complaint. And even when it deals with good guys or nerds, magically good guys don't exist. They're just faking. They're just doing it just to sit up there and just ensnare and entrap women because they're great deceivers. Word, didn't Athena turn Medusa, turn a woman who was Medusa into a snake? So who got the greatest sorcery out here? It's not men. It's not us. Like I said, the greatest history, if we want to look at women hating women, Athena and Medusa. Athena and Medusa. That is hate on hate directly right there. Like I said, wild work. Wild work. D-Love said, not bragging on Dirty Foot Dan. I was going to say something like that, but I'm going to have to figure out how to, word that. That woman out here, Dirty Danning out here. We have a whole king. This is backwards. Yeah, it is. It is. Hypnotic said a dual mating strategy. Let me see. D-Love said some people are never satisfied and outright ungrateful. Yeah. Yep. And then on top of that, if people actually pay attention and listen to like these divorce proceedings and how these women be talking, yo, it's crazy how they be talking. Oh boy. Oh boy. Like I said, and people are not going to understand it up until they're meant to. And this is why when you look at the proceedings where it's lesbians, where it's women and women, then people start to understand it. But women ain't gonna really pay attention to that. They were like, it doesn't really matter. I'm like, no, it does. Because the exact same treachery that women want to sit up there and do in divorce proceedings when it deals with men, they do that with women. And if they're willing to do that with women, they'll do that to anybody. Like they'll be telling all types of, they just can't leverage a lot of the same things. They can't sit up and say like, oh, this person was, they were abusive towards me. They're physically strong and intimidating. It was like Hercules versus Heracles, versus, a small child. It's like, I have a small, they can't levy those same arguments when it's a woman and a woman. They can't do the woe is me, I'm a victim. They can't, both of y'all are Wonder Woman. So you can't sit up there and say that one is weaker than the other. Impossible. Y'all are on the same strength level, brother. It's impossible. So you can't leverage that. You can't even put like intimidation or being inferior life. You can't even say that. Y'all both women. What you afraid of hitting another woman? Please. Please. It's not happening. But like I said, manipulation is still there when it deals with the courts and everything in that everything in that nature. Hypnotic said one of the best things a man can do for himself is to carve out a day to go down and sit in fabulous court just to make himself aware of what is out there. That's facts. I 1000% agree with that. Matter of fact, not even just that. If those men even have young boys, like a son or like nephews or like a grandson, take them to those court proceedings too. Let them see how it really is out here. Because, like I said, the world ain't going to sit up there and show it, and a lot of women are not going to show it either. Like I said, people want to make it seem like men are the greatest evil, the greatest problem, but at the same time, you still got women. Hey, I want to have kids. Hey, I want the white picket fence. I want the nice house. I want the princess treatment. I want a man to treat me like a queen and all this. But I'm like, you hate men though. Men are the problem. Why would you want any of this from? Wouldn't you want a woman to treat you like a queen? I could have sworn online, women said that the only person that can actually understand women are other women. So I'm like, I'm not understanding if that's the case, why women are specifically seeking any type of attention or anything like that from men. Crazy work. It's diabolical. Timmy said, Athena turned Medusa into a snake because Poseidon, Medusa, but Athena blamed Medusa because she was more beautiful than Athena. The crazy thing about that other story, there somebody has stated that the original story that's not what happened with her and Poseidon, that it was consensual, that she consensually laid directly down with Poseidon, and that is what happened. And because of that, you had Athena. Because if you just think about this for a minute. Women normally do things out of jealousy. If it deals with another woman and it deals with that woman being attractive enough for another man to basically gaze at her or to want to be with or around her, women are jealous and envious. So that would explain why Athena did what it is that she did. But then you got to also understand that why would Athena be basically mad at her brother? Right? Why would you be mad at family? You know? Let me see. Wait a minute, let me see. Oh, actually, okay, incorrect. I mean, but no, but they're okay. I was wrong on the brother and sister part. It's been a minute. No, Athena and Poseidon are siblings. Athena is the daughter of Zeus, making her Poseidon's niece, still family. So that would be, in a sense, incest. So when you think about it, there's no reason why Athena should have been mad at, for all intents and purposes, like whatever her uncle was doing. You should be minding your business. But you decided that for whatever weird reason, that was like, this woman looks, so good, and you decided to be with her. I'm going to sit up there and get at her because I don't like what's going on. That's some weird behavior. Weird behavior. Because I had to refresh myself. I used to have a mythology book that dealt with mythology throughout like the world and whatnot. It's been a minute. I think the term Medusa into snake because right. Tippy said maybe they had a incest relationship. They are Europeans, so I don't know. Tippy said I saw a Game of Thrones. It was disgusting. It'd be like that. Like I said, when it dealt with Greek and Roman mythology, they were all over the place. They were deviants. Like the stuff that they were doing was insane. I'm like, wow, like how they didn't turn that into like some type of show. Because like I said, people would love it. All you got to do is make sure to have a lot of scenes in there, dealing with these gods. They had something close to it in The Boys. Like it was a party in was it season 2? in the previous season of The Boys, they had a party where all the soups basically were doing everything. It was soup on soup, woman on woman, woman on man, man on woman, and man woman man, and cell phone stuff. It was a lot of stuff going on. But pretty much that's what was going on when it dealt with the gods of Olympus, and and everything of the sort. They were just out there just doing stuff. D Love said, "Yep, they were." Said she. Yep, Tippy says somebody remind me. Wait. Yeah, thank you, Hypnotic. Yeah, Herogasm. Yep. Yep, they were out there in those streets. They were out there in those streets. It was crazy. I'm like, man, I understand why this is on Amazon, because I'm like, they showing everything. I'm like, wow. Like, it's not exactly what I bargained for. I'm like, I wasn't really trying to see all of this stuff. And this is my thing too. I've never been the type of person. It's technically again away from the topic. But I've never been the type of person where it's like for entertainment purposes, I need them to throw in those type of scenes in order to carry the story, because it doesn't carry the story. If you, out of all of the movies that normally have these scenes, even if it deals with a couple that's in a relationship, that's not needed. You don't have to put that stuff directly in there. And it's annoying to the point where now society is so desensitized from just seeing the normal. Now they made it basically above soft core. Well, technically, when it deals with The Boys, it's just fully the hub. If you know what I'm talking about, it's basically the hub. When it deals with that. But for other stuff, it's basically above soft core, which is crazy to me. Like I said, I told people that a lot of these changes started happening, especially when it dealt with daytime. I forgot what the name of the shows. Like, let's say, like, Days of Our Lives, General Hospital, like with the soaps. When it deals with a lot of that stuff, that's when stuff started changing. And then when it started changing there, and then it started changing in rap as well too. Like, over the years, you've had people try to push the boundaries, where I've seen certain rappers, either African or here, where they decided that they wanted to do a rap video, but then within a rap video, they're actually performing in the video. And I'm like, dog, what are y'all doing? I'm like, what does this have to even do with the rap? I'm like, dog, it's over. I'm like, it's over. I'm like, y'all just doing stuff just to do it now. I'm like, this is, and then the craziest part is, it's crazy that you're a rapper and this is what you decided to do, and it still didn't even get you, it didn't garner you any type of views and stuff. It's like, that was just a waste. It didn't even do anything. It didn't even put money directly into the pocket. It didn't even move the music. I'm like, it was just stupid. So now you just got, it's like, yo, this is the video I set up to, but that video didn't even move. And still to this day, people don't even know probably the rapper that I'm even talking about, because I forgot. I'm not sure if it was like UK or something like that, but it was something. It was crazy. D Love say they sounded like they were them streets, not out on them. Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Hypnotic said, if anything, it's more unhinged in the comics. Oh no, yeah, of course. The comics are way worse. Of course. From everything, from Herogasm to the killings to everything dealing with Starlight and Maeve and whatnot. Yeah, of course. Way worse. 100%. Tippy said, exactly. I don't like it. Yeah, I've just never, been that way. Like, the most uncomfortable I've ever been in a movie theater is when I went to go see The Watchmen, and then they had a scene directly in there, and I was sitting right next to my mom. And it's like, it gets to the point where it's awkward, and you just start sitting up there just like having like a random conversation. Cause I'm like, this is just weird. I'm like, I'm not trying to, be in like the theater and see like the scene, like I said, crazy stuff. Tippy said Rick James Super Freak video. I saw clips of it and I don't want to see the whole video. it's crazy. D Love said, sitting up here laughing here, says Tippy said, Dr. Manhattan. First of all, Tippy, I know that that's your favorite character. I know that's more than likely. The scene that I was talking about was when the comedian was with Jupiter. And I think they were at like some type of bar, and it was like sort of like this forced type of interaction that they were having, but their relationship was basically weird. But it's like how they presented their interaction at that bar was as if he did something. I don't know. Like I said, the whole thing was like it was weird. It was weird. I mean, the comedian was jacked up anyway, but I'm just like it, yeah. Like I said, I just a lot of different scenes I just don't like at all. Just to be honest, like those type of scenes make me highly uncomfortable. I almost wanted to like walk out. I'm like, yeah, this ain't it. I'm like that right there. It ruined the movie for me at that point. I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm like, this is like some Lifetime type of stuff. And I'm like, I ain't even trying to see this dog. Like, nah, nah. But yep. Uh, Tippy said cold. what are you talking about? Ah, oh man, it's crazy. Tippy, you know what I'm talking about. You like I said, like most women sat up there and saw Dr. Manhattan, and then that was like their favorite comic book character overnight. I was like, word? I'm like, so because y'all saw this dude basically naked on the screen, now this is like your favorite superhero. Don't know nothing about comic books, but now you're in love with comic books. It's wild work. TB said, how Dr. Manhattan making whoopee to his girl while he's in the next room working on the mission. This woman said whoopee. That's cool. He took it. Oh man, I heard that in a minute. Um, but yeah, that's because he can split himself up into like multiples. The crazy part is that she was mad. I'm like, you getting what it is that you want. Like you were completely fine up until you realized that he was in the next room, like, working on whatever. He's omnipresent. He can be everywhere all at once, past, present, and future. So I'm like, to sit up there and basically be with a literal god and you're getting angry because he's multitasking, that's crazy. Like I say, you cannot even think about that, how Tippy just brought that out. That just like made me realize right there, even in that movie, you had a woman there that literally technically had everything. And she was still not satisfied. She was like, you're not even really human. I'm like, he's basically a god. What more do you want? Like, are you oh man, you gotta be crazy, man. It's wild. Can't make folks happy out here. Always complaining. Sham said they trying to charge Drewski for impersonating Erica Kirk. No, I ain't even see that. That's wild. I'll probably look that stuff up. That's crazy though. That's crazy. D Love said that's a bad man. Timmy says she pissed me off. I'll take her place. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sham, I need you. I'm not even sure if Sham is still here. Sham, I need you to just clean Tippy's computer. I need you. I don't know what 2004 Sony laptop she got. I need you to clear that laptop. All of her browsing history, all of her bookmarks. Oh my goodness. Oh man. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. But yeah, I'll probably look up the Drewski thing in a minute. I did hear something about it before, but I didn't even fully, look directly into it. And I think I did see an image of the video directly up there. I thought he was just, doing an act of somebody, but he decided to do that. That's a good way to have people looking at your content, because I know there's gonna be a lot of white conservatives that's gonna be freaking out directly on that one. That's crazy. Sham said, throw some holy water on it. Hypnotic said, he has stuff to do. Yep. Oh, you talking about Mr. Dr. Manhattan? Yeah. Tippy said, I can't help it. LOL. Wait, you said I'm a curious curious virgin. This woman, that's some crazy work. Sham said that's a short for it, and Pink said not only was Dr. Manhattan a god, he chose Jupiter over his wife. Mm, mm. It be like that. It be like that. I mean, literal God. And then he got bored. He was like, you know what? There's nothing no longer here for me on this planet. I'm just gonna go off somewhere else and create life. Because this dude was just bored. He was like, yeah, this human stuff, it ain't it. It's like I will find more interest in just watching life actually grow. It's like this ain't it. Y'all just gonna keep doing the same thing that y'all always been doing, and y'all always gonna blame somebody. And yeah, no. But the one thing that it did show is that the same thing that I've seen on a lot of stuff, including animes, is that in order for the world to come together, everybody has to see this one thing or group or whatever it is as an enemy in order to get everybody to line up. And they did that with Dr. Manhattan. They did that with Dr. Manhattan. They did that for Double O Gundam, and a few other animes and shows as well too. D Love said, actually, I saw some conservatives liking it. They're mad at her for her behavior and said that she don't represent them. I mean, yeah, I've heard a little bit of that before too, because you had the videos talking about, when they dealt, I think, with the funeral or whatever, she was ecstatic or happy about some shirts. Like I said, the behavior and stuff is just, it's been weird for a long time. It's been weird for a long time, but you can't tell folks nothing. And then she's automatically getting these higher like positions for like no reason. And I'm like, all of that is just weird. I'm like, all right, we get it. You're the wife of this person, but you should be just getting these magical positions because of that. Like that should go to people who are qualified and should actually be there, not just because you're the widow. Like that don't make any type of sense, but you can't tell nobody nothing. They'll figure it out later rather than sooner. Third said, I think Manhattan jump started the new 52 universe. Yeah, he did. Because he was I forgot how basically it started, but um who was one of the main ones that got taken out? Reverse Flash. He got taken out because he basically saw Manhattan, and a few others got taken out as well too. The only person that he did not do that specifically to was Superman, because he can see everybody else's future or where it's going to go or whatnot, but when they dealt with his, as he states before, there's always, it's like a wall or darkness or whatever it is, like he can never see his own, and that's the one main thing. So he wanted to see how it was going to play out. So that's when you had all the superheroes versus Dr. Manhattan. And he was using, like, he messed everybody up. He was like, yo, this stuff is like is crazy. Like, you call this, magic or whatnot, whatever. And he was saying that it's basically, like science or whatnot or whatever, and just threw everybody's powers right back at him. Like, ooh. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, yo, it'd be like that though. And that was in that new 52. That's when they had the face of Christopher Reeves as Superman there. I always thought it was dope when they did that to show, love towards, Christopher Reeves. When I thought it was always dope when they did that. Sham said her behavior is questionable, especially for someone who got written out of his will. Yep. Ooh, that's crazy. Tippy said, cause he bored with a white girl, he should have married a black woman. LOL. Sham said, or the fact that he was gone after she found out that she was written out of the will. Ooh. Tippy said, I apologize for my manager. Y'all. Sorry if I'm doing too much. Tippy, that's just normal. That's normally out of all the times you'd have been directly on this channel. That is just normally you. That's just gonna be the theme. Normally Tippy. That's normally Tippy. Chef said, Tippy, you good. You didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, that's just Tippy being Tippy. Crazy work. If we don't have Gail here saying, something crazy, here's Tippy. Tippy just come out the blue. This is talking crazy. Talking crazy. Oh, we actually been going for like 4 hours. So yeah. Much love, my people. Much love. D Money was like, Tippy normally doing too much. throwing tomatoes. This man right here. But much love to everybody. I've been snacking on these chips throughout this live stream. So I'm probably gonna go find me something to eat, the same as you guys. Luckily, we got this live stream early, so it is 4:44, just like that Jay-Z album. But we're gonna let it end directly here. So y'all got the rest of y'all day to spend. It is a good Saturday. So, go out there walking around, get some exercise in, order some food, go to a food truck or something like that, chef something up on the grill, depending on where you live. Spend some time with your significant other, family, friends, yourself, get your energies in order, woosah, and all of those good things. Also much love, respect, and appreciation to anybody who pulled up, any new or subscribers. Shout out to those who stayed all the way through. Much love, respect, and appreciation. If you're at work, hopefully that helped you get through a little bit of your work period. Shout out to all the moderators doing the work that they do, both seen and unseen. Shout out to anybody who donated through way of super chat or any type of, I think it's called rubies or bits. Also, shout out for some of the folks who use the hype button to hype the videos that we got directly on the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation for that. Shout out to anybody who's a part of the membership and a part of the Patreon. And also, shout out to the MVPs, aka the trolls. Coming here every single time, even though they say that they hate my comment and my commentary. Much love. Much love, much love. Hypnotic said Manhattan worked them and was chill about it. Yep. Sham said, LOL. They was cheering for impeachment at Trump's rally, and that was hilarious. Wow. Hypnotic said, magic users, you're just leftovers. Yeah, that man been disrespectful. Let me tell you. D-Love said, thank you. SEIJIHITO. Tibby said, you never finished the video. No, Tibby, I did finish the video. The last part of the video was that dude right there. He was the last one. So that was the main end of the video. Tippy said, play the Drewski video right quick. I will not do that, Tippy, because I'm not sure what may happen. If that dude is in potential litigation, potentially, I ain't playing that video. I'm not about to get caught up directly up in that. No. Not doing that. D-Money said, trying to spend time with, damn. D-Love said, right at Seji, hating, but in attendance, front row. Yeah, trolls be hilarious. Trolls be 1,000% hilarious. Like I said, they be pulling up to like every single live stream. And I'm like, my live streams at this moment in time be sparse, few and far and in between, sometimes. And magically they be right on time. I'm like, word? I'm like, what dark corner were you sitting at in order to be able to know that I'm even going live right quick? I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Tippy said, D-Money and Sham kissing this woman. Yo, this woman, Tippy. Oh, my goodness. Can't take Tippy nowhere. Can't take Tippy nowhere. Crazy word. D-Love sitting up here rolling. Brother Carl said, dang it. As soon as I step out, I miss some funny-ish. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. But the good part is, the live stream will be up there. So if you want to, replay it or catch up on what it is that you missed, you could do that. So, we will always have those live streams directly up there. But like I told y'all before, what I will do is that I will take apart I got to figure out how to do that video. But I'll take apart the Xbox again and basically show, folks what it is, on how to do it, just in case if anybody else out there got an Xbox, you might be a little bit afraid to do it yourself. I can sit up there and use my own as an example, so you don't have to sit up there and be, fearful or whatnot. Tippy said, okay, I'll post it in Discord section. All right, I got you. D-Money said, kissing, question mark. But anyways, love you guys. Thanks for taking part in the live stream and a part of the conversation. I'll have a standard video directly uploaded for you guys. A little bit after, I'm going to let the live stream basically rest a bit, so that when the notifications go out, that video will be top priority. So it just won't keep the live stream directly up there. It'll just shift it downward. So I'll probably put that up in about a good maybe 30 to an hour. But anyways, again, love you guys. Thank you guys for everything that you do, and I will see you guys in the next live stream or video. Peace out.